guy with the money. What Thug came to you with a lick, it sound like. No, they want to check on the lick was dead. The lick was dead. The lick was dead. I guess when DK got in the car, you see any money on it? No, sir. I had $345 a month. Yeah, I know, it's in property. I saw it down there. I had my own money sheet. Yes, I had my own $345 in check and working cash in my pocket. It had nothing to do with what was going on at the Summerdale, right? No, sir. Alright, did you know that DK got some money? Okay, let me ask you something. Who had pistols in that car? Make sure I got in the car correctly. Who had pistols in the car? You got Big Fred with a gun, you got DK with a gun, you got Thug with a gun. Big Fred, what kind of gun did Big Fred have? Don't go get it. You think you can recognize it? He had a 9mm. Fred had a 9mm Ruger. Go slow for me, go slow. Okay. DK had a little bitty, small, little gray looking gun. You know what kind? I just know. Small and gray? Yes, sir. Was it automatic or was it, I was in a lot, man. Alright, but you don't know what his was, 9 or 40, 45? What kind of DK had? I can't tell you this, dude. Okay. I mean, I don't hang with Alright, small, gray, automatic. Let me put this on the clip for record, too. These are younger guys than me and Big Fred. Like I said once before, Big Fred just come home from jail. I'm trying to show my big homie a good time. My sister been buying brand new clothes and stuff. Okay. You know what I mean? And that was that. Big Fred, the younger guys, I don't know what they be having, what their attention is, or what they be on, or whatever, but they is way beyond what we're on. You know what I'm saying? They go by a whole nother means of getting their money. That's for sure. To get my money. These younger guys, they like to rob, take, and do all this other stuff. Okay. Okay. I just want to put that clip, you know what I mean? I never robbed. I ain't got no rapping for no robbery and stuff, for juvenile or something like that. But since that, I've been straightforward. You know what I mean? Trying to raise my family and whatever. What kind of gun did Young Thug have? You remember? I didn't see Thug. Okay, but how do you know he had one? He keep a gun on. How much was the lien going to be? How much was they paying for the lien? It's your pop. Supposed to be $150 for the lien, 50-50.
Okay, we're going to pause at 10:36:09. You have permission to go to the board?
Yes, ma'am.
I'll do a chat, but I'll tell you. Now, in that section, he talked about a number of different things. So first, what do you recall him telling you the placement of everyone inside the vehicle was?
He said Adrian Bean was the driver himself. Big Fred Pro was in the front passenger seat. Walter DK Murphy was in the rear driver's seat. He said that Jeffrey Williams, he called him Thug, was in the rear passenger seat behind Big Fred.
Okay. All right. Now let me ask you this. He said a few things. You talked about hustling. That he was a hustler and they were robbers. Do you recall that portion?
I recall that.
In your 30 years of being a law enforcement officer, patrol officer, what is your understanding of what a hustler is? Is there a distinction between a hustler and a robber?
It depends who you're talking to, but hustlers generally, in my experience, people that get money from ill-gotten gains, drugs, they're not necessarily robbers, but it can rise to that given the right opportunity.
And when he said, I hustle, I don't do robbing, in your years, what was your understanding of what Bean was trying to communicate?
Objection, Your Honor, calls for speculation.
Your Honor, it's his understanding.
I'll rule the objection. Do you have an objection, Mr. Steele?
I had the same objection as y'all.
Okay. I'll rule the objection, sir. He can answer it if he can.
In my experience, Bean was describing himself as a nonviolent felon. He gets his money in the streets without causing any kind of force or harm to people.
And that's what he's telling you.
That's what he's saying to me.
Okay. Now, he also talked about individuals who had weapons in the car. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Okay. As it relates to Big Fred, do you recall what type of weapon he said that, he said that Big Fred had a weapon?
He did.
What kind of weapon does he say Big Fred had?
He said Big Fred had a 9mm.
Do you remember what kind of 9mm?
It was an automatic handgun, and he just said a 9 or 9mm.
Okay. Let me go back for a moment. I'm gonna go back to 10:33:59, if you could just listen.
No, sir. I had $345 a month. Yeah, I know it's his property. I saw it down there. I had my own money sheet. Yes, sir. I had my own $345 in check and worth of cash in my pocket. It had nothing to do with what was going on at the Summerdale, right? No, sir. All right. Did you know that DJ got the money? Okay, let me ask you something. Who had pistols in that car? Make sure I got in the car correctly. Who had pistols in the car? You got Big Fred with a gun? You got DK with a gun? You got Thug with a gun? Big Fred, what kind of gun did Big Fred have? Don't go get him. You think you can recognize it? He had a 9mm Ruger. Fred had a 9mm Ruger.
Do you hear what specific type of gun Agent Bean said Big Fred had?
Just heard he said a 9mm Ruger being the maker.
What about DK? Did you recall if he gave a description of the type of gun that DK had?
He said DK had a little small gun. I'm paraphrasing a little bit, but a smaller handgun, automatic.
Did he give you a color description?
Silver.
And then was he able to tell you what kind of gun Thug had?
He couldn't describe it, but he talked about knowing he always had one.
I'm going to show you what's already been admitted. It's State's Exhibit 102C. Looking at State's Exhibit 102C, what portion of the vehicle is State's Exhibit 102C?
For the blind guy, looked like the front passenger seat.
And is there a gun marked by a placard marker 3?
Yes.
All right. I'm going to show you what's already been admitted in State's Exhibit 114C. Looking at State's Exhibit 114C, can you see on the front of that box the number placard that's on that box?
The APD number, the 2013 number.
No, the number that is the item number.
114C.
This item number right here.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay.
Number 3.
Is that consistent with that 3 that's inside of State's Exhibit 102C?
Yeah, I can do that, please. I'm sorry, say it again. Ms. Hill.
Is that 3 consistent with what's in State's Exhibit 102C that's on the screen?
Yes, it is.
All right. And if you could look, does it have a description on 102C on that evidence sticker, what type of gun is in that box?
Yeah, this is actually the sticker I printed out back in 2013 myself. It's one black Ruger 9mm pistol.
Okay. And if you can open the box. And is that Ruger 9mm?
That's it.
All right. Now, looking at State's Exhibit 102C. And if you do me a favor, can you just take your right hand and open up and show that gun that's inside the house.
Okay. Let me put on two so we get it right.
All right, thank you. Now let's go to the 104C. Are those two, what are we looking at, 104C?
This is the rear driver's side, rear driver's side passenger foot area where these two firearms were located.
And showing you what's been already admitted is 115C and 116C. Are those the two weapons that were collected from the back?
Yes.
Okay. And if you can open up both 115 and 116C,
15 right here.
and if you can hold that up, again, it appeared to the barrel of that gun to be a silver barrel to that gun.
Yes.
And what about looking at 116C? Now, in looking at Stacey's Exhibit 4, 102C and 104C, were those guns consistent with where Adrian Bean said the individuals who had guns were seated in the vehicle?
Yes.
All right. Prior to speaking to or meeting with Adrian Bean, had you showed him any of these pictures?
No.
Okay. Had you talked to him about the pictures that were on the scene on September 11, 2013?
Not about photos.
Had you had any conversations that they found a Ruger in the front driver's seat of the vehicle, front passenger seat of the vehicle?
I didn't.
Okay. Had you had any conversations with Adrian Bean that they found two guns in the back seat, both having silver portions of that gun?
No, I didn't collect the guns at the scene.
Why didn't you show Mr. Bean these pictures?
I just wanted his testimony without any prompting.
You can take that in. Now going back.
Can I take these?
Yes, you can take those off. Now I'm going to go to approximately 10 minutes and 37 seconds, 10 minutes, 10, 37, 10. We're going to actually start at 10:37:08. Sorry, 10:37:08 is when we started playing. You're welcome.
I come home from prison. So you know what I'm saying? So DK, who was he friends with in the car? Thug, they down with each other. They gangbang, they already sell sometimes blood. How long you known Thug? I know his father. I've been on his father over a couple of years now. You know what I mean? And like I said, Thug just started coming around. But how long have you known he exists as a human being? How long you known him? I can't. How long? I'll tell you. In years. Guess. Because I don't know his real name. What's his real name? Lil Jeff. That's all I know. They call him Lil Jeff. We don't know his last name. What is dad's last name? I don't know his dad's last name. I know his dad's name Jeff Rogan. Lil Jeff. Jeff. Okay, I'll figure that out before we leave. Man, it's not hard. So the guy in the car with you is this kid, DK. If you saw a picture of him, would you recognize him?
We're going to stop at 10:38:04. during this portion of the interview, do you recall asking Mr. Bean how long he had known Young Thug?
Yes.
And do you recall him or hear him say, I know him, he's a rapper since I came from nothing? Did you hear when he said
I
that?
heard that, yes.
Okay. Were you aware, familiar with the mixtape by an individual Young Thug titled "I Came From Nothing"?
Who, me personally?
Yeah.
Nah.
Okay.
Mr. Hilton, before you posit your next question, ladies and gentlemen, comfort break?
Sure.
Okay, all right. Let's take 10 minutes and then we'll come back and see where we are in terms of lunchtime hour, okay? All right, we're in recess for 10 minutes. All rise. All right, ladies and gentlemen, jury's left us. We're in recess for 10 minutes. Hey, Wes? Do we have control of the terms we provide? I had to make a call. I had to call to Aaron. All right, all right. Councils, I understand that lunch is available for some of our participants. So I'm going to go ahead and call our jurors and let's just release them for lunch. And then we can come back at about 1:15. All right? Okay. All rise. All right, ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. All right, thank you, Sergeant Ingram. All right, ladies and gentlemen, given that it's the lunchtime hour, we're going to go ahead and just recess for lunch and have you all come back for 1:15, okay? All right. Remember the admonitions that I've given you. Detective Quinn, if you'll just rejoin us at 1:15 as well, sir.
Thank you, Judge.
Okay, all right. Ladies and gentlemen, we're gonna go ahead and recess and enjoy your lunch, okay? All right, all rise. All right, ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. Our jury's left us. You're in recess until 1:15. All right, councilors, if we go ahead and get seated.
Is that on purpose?
All right, Sergeant Ingram, everybody here?
Yes, sir. Everybody's present and accounted
What
for.
about our jurors?
All of them are present and accounted for.
Okay, can we ask Detective Quinn to rejoin us, please? All right, so summon our jurors, please. All right, ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. All right, thank you, Sergeant Ingram. All right, Ms. Hilton, you may continue, madam.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now, Detective Quinn, during the course of your time with Mr. Bean, there was a portion of the recording in which you replayed a few jail calls for Mr. Bean. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Tell the jury, why did you play those calls for Mr. Bean?
I wanted to confront him with conversations he had with his wife and this unknown third party that was on the phone. The course of events were curious for me. I wanted to make sure he confirmed that was all truthful information.
Okay. And court's indulgence for a quick moment. And were those calls the same calls that some of the calls that we listened to earlier before we began playing Mr. Bean's statement?
Yes, ma'am.
Right. Now, after playing the calls for him, and I will pull this portion up in the interview in a moment, there's a portion when you kind of recap based upon what information you gleaned from the jail calls, what your understanding, what you believe happened on September 11, 2013. Do you remember doing that?
Yes, ma'am.
Tell the jury, why did you recap your understanding of what happened based upon what you heard from the jail calls?
Well,
Objection, Your Honor, bolstering.
You're right. It's explaining his interview with Adrian Bean, why he operated in this way as a part of his investigation, Your Honor.
Oh, objection.
I'll object to that on relevance. The reason he did something is irrelevant.
I'll rule the objection. You can answer it, sir, if you can.
thank you. Up until that point in my investigation, the driver of the getaway car, which I'm calling the Burgundy Nissan Altima, was a mystery. When I listened to the audio tape of the jail calls, I wanted that person, Adrian Bean, who spoke on those calls, to confirm in fact for me that he was the driver. That's what it was about.
And there's a portion of the interview. Course indulgence, 1 second, Sean. Pull it up, share it. Can you go to 10:59? No, I didn't go 10, go back to 10:59. And yeah, when we share the screen, we're going to start at 10 minutes and 57. 10,
Yes, ma'am.
57. On state exhibit 176, Charlie Bravo.
That's what the taser tells. Mr. Curtis. Let me ask you this while we're getting this portion.
Our Twix salted caramel concrete is the salty sweet treat you know you deserve. Dine and drive through, order online.
What happened once him and the three other individuals got out of the vehicle?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall him talking about Mr. Williams? Excuse me. Thug, and he climbed over the wall.
I do.
You know what I mean? The niggas, they told us about the liquor, whatever. We followed them up with some of it. Who told you? I want to know who. Everybody knows. Those were the season. All right, you know what I'm saying? He come get us to the boys in up. What did he say exactly? He said niggas in up there at King shop with 10, 15,000 on them. I just sent the money in the bag. Ken done whooped up and got the money already. The money gone. You see what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. Ken got the money. Ain't no such thing as 10, 15,000 up there no more. Yeah, but you were excited about hearing that number, so what happens next? Okay, cool. We go check it out. Look at it, see what's going on. Boom. They ain't up there. They come back flying past, make a drive. We see them. Boom. We follow them on up to Somerdale. Now, we in Somerdale. What do you follow? What kind of car you follow? We follow the gray, I want to say Pontiac car. Well, you say gray car. If you don't know what kind of gray Dodge. All right, that's cool. Pontiac. Following Dodge. Gray Dodge. All right. And, you know, we get up through there. Through where? You gotta say where? Somerdale. DK jump out the car or whatever, you know what I mean? Why did y'all pick him? Sir? Why did y'all pick that motherfucker to get out? And a whole motherfucker. I don't know why I thought to get out of his leg. He sat in the car in the back seat like a baby. This is man. You know what I'm saying? So it ain't no who picked who. This is man. Mm-hmm. He tell his foot soldiers what to do. Mm-hmm. I'm no gangbang, I'm no blood, nothing. He tell him, showing your record. He tell him, hey, you go get it. You know what I'm saying? What did he say exactly? What did Doug say? He told us go get the money. So he told him, he said, go get the money, go take the money, come on back. So he told him, go take the money, come on back. All right, so is that before or after you back then? Get the party. We back then, he told him go get the money. All right. Where's that torch you were wearing? You were worried about that torch. You weren't sure. No, the torch, all of them are together. Is the torch in front of you or behind you? The police torch was the police torch in front of you. You know it was police. You could say he was nervous like that. He thought it was fucking torch. I didn't know it was police. You ain't know what else. The rest of the motherfuckers ain't even included on that shit. I was like, hold on, boy, let me see how you hold on. Sure. And I heard police not. And after that, I went to look, I checked. And then like that, because I wouldn't know then, you know, the police side don't do it. But I just want to make sure it's hard. The police is car, right? You know what I'm saying? So the car going on there. Okay, boom. We back in. DK just throws says DK gonna get the money or whatever. He get out. Boom. 2 minutes later, he's popping shots. You feel what I'm saying? He ain't had time to take no money. You see who was shooting at? He ain't had time to take no money. He was shooting. Got the money. You see what I'm saying? He got the money. Only see how you see all that money on the ground when you was in the back of that police car. You had to see all that money on the ground. Okay. All right. I didn't even know he had took no money. He got stacked. You see what I'm saying? He got I ain't making. I'm gonna keep it 100 with you. One guy run this way, another guy run that way, another guy run that way. All right. You see what I'm saying? Everybody go run this straight. Because you were saying to your wife, I wish I would have ran with Thug if he got away. Which way did he go? So, I mean, Thug got a call. We jumped. Big Fred though, me Thug, Big Fred got. He couldn't move apparently because he was shot or whatever. Thug jumped the wall. I jumped the wall. I jumped up here. Thug went behind the Dollar King. And I jumped over in the parking lot. As I'm running across the parking lot, that's when the police car come run me over. Okay. What kind of?
I'm going to stop it here at 11:03:31. Now, going back approximately around 11 o'clock, Bean finally says, you know, that's some bullshit. That's what I told you the first time. I'm gonna tell you the real, something to that effect.
Okay.
What was your understanding of what he told you the first time?
Well, he's talking about an actual transaction that was supposed to take place about buying some lean.
Okay. And when your understanding of first time, do you know what he's concerning the first time? Is it in that interview or something else?
This interview right here.
Your Honor, that would be speculation.
I stand the objection.
Within the course of this interview, had you had a previous discussion about the lien portion of this incident? And at this point, did the lien conversation happen prior to 11 o'clock?
Yes.
Okay. Also around 11:01 in this particular portion, he speaks about foot soldiers. Who was being referencing as to being Thug's foot soldiers?
I understood it to be Walter Murphy.
And when he also said, talked about they are gangbangers, who was he referencing?
Jeffrey Williams and Walter Murphy.
Now, right about where we paused at 11:03, Adrian Bean talks about individuals going over the wall. Thug and him hopped over the wall. Do you recall hearing that in this portion? As part of your investigation, prior to speaking to Bean, did you have evidence from other witnesses of individuals going over the wall?
The police officers that were stationed or positioned at the bottom of the parking lot of 126 Cleveland and Coin Laundry, they had expressed that.
And who were those officers?
That would be Officer Black, and I think he had a rookie. She was a rookie officer. I just remember her first name as being Ashley.
Okay. Does Ashley Davis sound familiar?
There you go, Ashley Davis.
And that information that you had prior to speaking with Adrian Bean, had you ever disclosed to Adrian Bean what Officer Black and Officer Ashley, as you remember, told you?
No.
And was what Adrian Bean told you right here in the interview consistent with what they said? What Officer Black and Officer Ashley said?
Yes.
I'm going to go to 11 minutes, restart at 11:04.
The robbery, that's what I'm trying to tell you. As we went in some of the robbery wasn't no robbery because he could have got out, Thug could have got out, DJ could have got out, they could have went on ahead and handled their business. Thug tells DJ, he didn't really just say go get the money, he was like, go ahead and get it. So I don't know what's going on about it. You know what I'm saying? No, all right, but I don't tell my family, what I'm seeing me tell my family is about the robbery because that's what went on. But I was driving this boy red, but you drive. You just drive. But you know they're going to get his money from him, and he's not going to like give it to him voluntarily. You got to know that. Yeah, I know you're going to know they're going to take his money. All right, so let me ask you this. I got to get sure I got the seat placed in the car. I'm not understanding how nobody got hurt worse than that. Was there a girl in the car anywhere? No girl. You had to hire that from your wife. There's no girl nowhere. No girl, no girl. Okay, so the girl that they think is a girl, also Queen. So I ain't mean to touch it. The girl that think is a girl is Thug, man. I guess you Thug, man. Thug got the wild hair. They think yeah, I'm gonna just keep it all. Okay, all right. He looked a little bit like it, man. I mean, you know.
And I'm going to stop at 11:05:07. Up until this portion at 11:05:07, were you still under that impression of looking for a female driver?
She's trying to rule out that there was a female driver.
And at this point, is that clarified for you?
Yes, it is.
And why is that, or how is that clarified for you?
Adrian Bean declares he, in fact, was the driver of the getaway car.
And why did you ask if Bean was just trying to hide something from his wife?
I just thought maybe if a female was in the car, maybe trying to conceal it from his wife. I wanted to make sure that it wasn't out there, that there's some unknown female still at large.
Going to resume at 11:05:07.
180 of these little motherfuckers. He does look a little bit like over 180 of these little motherfuckers. So, with me, I'm a family man. I ain't trying to get in conversation. Where's Thug sit? Up front or in the back? He's in the back with BK. You know what I'm saying? You got who's up front with you? You got me and Big Fred. Me, you and Big Fred up front. I'm driving Big Fred on the passenger seat. Thug behind Big Fred. BK behind the driver. That's me. Who's behind Big Fred? Thug. Thug behind Big Fred. Damn, so one day he can get hit. Thug behind Big Fred. So I'm wondering, do you think Thug shot DK in the back? Is it possible? I mean, shot in the back. I thought he shot in the back. I thought Fred shot in the back. I'm sorry, Fred shot in the back, but he's up front. So I'm saying this. I can't say Thug or DK. How many shots did you hear? I saw it crashing over the wall. How many shots did you hear in the car? Because the police ain't near y'all. You gotta wait. No, I'm saying I heard one shot. But I can't say it was a shot because it was like a concealed that was a crash. I can't say this person
I'm gonna pause at 11:06:34. Earlier in this portion, did you hear when Adrian Bean said this is about 180 of those motherfuckers? Did you hear him say that?
I heard that.
Did you know what he was referencing when he made that comment?
What I understood to be the membership of particular gang members.
And is that relation to him talking about Walter, Murphy, or DK and Thug?
Correct.
I'm going to restart at 11:13:19.
And you really cleared something up for me, this Thug, and I gotta go out here and find a picture of this joker. Because it's important. Because I don't think he should get away with it if he was in the car. You're not making this up. Thug was in the car. Yeah. All right. Okay, let me now I can't testify, I can't do none of that. You know, you ain't gotta testify. I'm gonna put me on blast. Well, that's not what I do. What I do is I'm trying to go slow and get all the information I need in relation to you, right? That's all I'm talking about. But the other people involved, I mean, it sounds to me like Thug got you on the bottom. I know you're a grown man and everything, but he came down here with an easy way to make money, it sounds like. And it went, who knew the police were gonna be there? Y'all scared to shut the police too now. I don't think we don't get scared. We get scared too. We don't run the gunfire all happy about that shit. These cops ran toward what they heard was gunfire. They got.
I'm going to pause at 11:14:26. In this portion, did you hear when Mr. Bean said, you know, I can't testify, I don't want to be put on blast?
Yes,
Okay. Have you heard the term on blast before, prior to him saying that?
absolutely.
What was your understanding, or what is your understanding what on blast means?
Make your identity public, get your name in those streets, couple different ways to explain it.
And his sentiment of not wanting to testify in court, was that the first time as an investigator you have ever heard someone, a suspect, someone who's a possible co-defendant, a co-conspirator, ever say that they don't want to testify in court?
Most.
I'll rule the objection, sir.
In my experience, most don't.
And why?
Sir? Yes.
Say again?
Harvey Road. And its applicability.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
They pertain to all defendants.
Thank you.
Okay? All right, you may continue now.
All right. So,
Of course, you won't.
as it relates to hearing the sentiment, just generally of individuals not wanting to testify, particularly co-conspiring cases, what is your understanding why they do not want to testify or be put on blast?
My experience is they don't want to get hurt. They don't want members of their family getting hurt.
Okay. Now, being in this instance, as well as the previous section that was played for you, gave you the positions of everybody in the car. Within this time period, was this at least the second or third time that he gave you the position of everybody in the car?
It's like the third time.
Okay. And after he gave you the position of individuals in the car, the first time, had that position ever changed?
I sustain the objection. That was Mr. Steele.
Yes, sir.
Was there at any point that it was not consistent with what he told you the first time?
Same objection.
I sustain the objection.
During the course of your interview with Mr. Bean, if you had something incorrect, was Mr. Bean able to correct you based upon your recitation of what you said?
Absolutely. One in particular, he got me back on track.
Okay. When was that?
I don't know what was up with me at the time, but I'd gotten DK and I got Big Fred confused. He corrected me as far as seat placement was concerned.
Now I want to go to 11-15-40.
The citizens, the bad citizens, everything in between. They don't have a choice.
Well, let's start a little bit earlier at 11-14.
So let's
11.
work in the street though. If they move, do they get more money than you? They I mean, everybody in the car gonna probably, you know what I mean, spit out eating. You know what I mean? Gonna be no. But let me ask you this. Somebody like Red, he didn't ever see you at all. How do you, what if word got back? You know, let's say everything went right, you got the money. Is this just Atlanta? Because everybody tells me, everybody takes turns robbing each other. Is that the truth? Yeah, they do that in the city, man. I've been robbed. It's been going on this year. And you've seen your business too? I've been robbed 4 times this year. And you've probably been seeing the person that robbed. You know what I mean? Have you? You know who they are? I won't tell you that. Oh, you don't? I've been robbed 4 times. You know, it is what it is. We all hustle in these streets. I mean, you can't pick up the phone. But when the game first started, you were young. They just took my drugs or something like that. So, you know what I mean? It's all drug money, it's weed money, they selling weed, drugs, you know what I mean? So, you know, who's gonna call the cops and tell the cops that I just got robbed drug money? You got people coming from North Carolina, all different types of states coming out here and getting took out for their money and getting something back. They don't even report. You know what I'm saying? Now they got to go talk to their boss. Like you say, this particular day right here, police was on the scene, DK get out. Why didn't you call it off? You weren't sure they were cops? Or what? You just weren't sure? I didn't even know it.
Going to pause at 11-16-51. Now, during this portion from 11-15-40 to about 11-16-41, was Adrian Bean discussing drug dealers and whether or not they report getting robbed, essentially?
Yes.
Okay. In your experience, is what he said uncommon, that drug dealers generally do not report getting robbed?
In my experience, they charge it back to the gang. They don't report it.
And when you say they charge it back to the gang, what do you mean?
It's just life in the streets, you know. live by the sword, die by the sword. I mean, it's a bunch of different ways to explain it, but they're gonna go ahead and take that loss as opposed to exposing whatever they're doing to law enforcement.
Now, gonna take you back when Adrian Bean said that him and Thug jumped over the fences. Have you seen pictures of the fences that were outside at 126 Cleveland Avenue?
Yes.
Okay. Did you notice if those fences had barbed wiring?
I haven't seen them in about 10, in a while.
Okay.
Several days, but I know there were some fences, and I know I couldn't get over.
And why you said you couldn't get over, tell me what you mean.
Bad knees.
Okay. All right. In your experience as a law enforcement officer, have you ever had experience of seeing suspects jumping over barbed wire fences?
I work, yes. Can I explain?
Well, I think there's an objection.
Sir.
Foundation in your experience as an officer.
I sustain the objection.
Have you
You can lay some more foundation now.
have you ever seen a suspect scale or get over a barbed wire fence?
Absolutely.
All right. And so is that uncommon?
That's a Tuesday. That's not a.
Now going to 11:45:32. We're gonna start at 11:45, Your Honor.
Yes, ma'am.
What's going on, brother? Cool. I was trying to get you on the thing. How did you? Yeah. He goes right to my desk. The base office, we get you back? Yes, sir. Okay, we're going right outside the door. You said young thug got crazy hair like a girl. This kid is named Jeffrey Williams. That's the young thug you talking about? All right, let me look. Then go outside. They make me put handcuffs on you. So, can you work your business with your handcuffs on? I just had a... Actually, man, fuck that. I ain't going with that. I gotta at least put the ankle chains on you. They can put the handcuffs on the young man. That's gonna kill him. But they real funny about these. I'm gonna put it really loose. We're just walking 2 steps outside. You ain't gotta walk close, bro. You just running. I'm sorry, right now to the left. Fuck me. Busting me up. All right, I'm gonna take it off. I'm gonna take the whole thing off. Lift up. Now, how long have you known Thug? You say you knew his daddy. I've been on his dad since the football field for like a couple of years ago. He used to play football with skinny head? I know his dad coached my son 2 years ago. All right, I gotta put these on. No, put it on front. I'm a Roselle fan. Say it one more time. I'm a Roselle fan, recreation, still on Cleveland Avenue. Oh, that was new when they built at the end of the road. Never been in that. I know, but see, I was over there in the 80s. It's still new to me. I was over there back when all that shit was hot. All right.
We're gonna stop at 11:47:05. The picture that's currently in the screen on the table, who is that a picture of?
That's Jeffrey Williams.
And is that who Adrian Bean identified as Thug?
Yes, he did.
And is that person in which he was referencing within this entire interview?
Correct.
And do you see that person in the courtroom today?
I do.
Can you identify him by article of clothing that he is wearing?
He's sitting between Mr. Steele and the brother, the gentleman with the bald head. He's got on a nice suit.
I will stipulate that all the technical twins, identifying
It shall. It shall, Mr. Adams, to complete the record.
Your Honor, let the record reflect that
Larry.
that Detective Quinn has identified Mr. Jeffrey Williams. I'm going to start at 11:50. We'll start a little bit early, 11:49:50.
Operation talk to him. I don't know what's up, but I have to write it all up. I got to show the reason why the situation happened. How am I charged with something that happened to Red? Well, what I'm saying is, he's been talked to. What I'm saying is, I can't go into that part of the investigation. What I meant to say. That day, I didn't necessarily have a chance to run down things with him. I'm trying to find out exactly everything. My main concern was the people that were injured. You were injured. The other two guys there. Make sure you guys are healthy first. They told preliminary stories like you told a preliminary story. You go all three of them. I don't get you the real story. Well, they're not going to. If they don't tell you nothing, they ain't really come tell you nothing else. They have not know. They're not going to come, but they have. They have said they're saying that Red was robbing y'all. It doesn't make any sense if that's where he always is.
When you said there, they said Red was robbing y'all. Who are you referencing?
The individuals that were in the car.
Which individuals?
Frederick Prothro, Walter Murphy.
If you have any questions, your wife has my cell phone number. And if you don't mind her knowing your business to that degree, you know. Can you talk to her? I'll let you talk to her maybe on the way back, but thing of it is, this is an investigation. I gotta understand why there was gunfire, why the police had to get involved with gunfire, because they believe you were gonna run them over. You know, they were scared of the car. I ain't even know what never police officer. Okay. I ain't seen no police officer. Me personally, me seeing the police, I would stop. I would stop. I wouldn't. If I had seen the police knowing there was police involved, sir, I would actually stop. I ain't me. So who do you think was? I don't want no trouble or none of that. You know what I'm saying? Who do you think it was blocking you in? I'm trying to get the folks to DK. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? I ain't you thought it was the people. You know what I'm saying? I'm thinking it was right. Yeah, I'm thinking maybe. You know what I'm saying? We getting called out here. I ain't know nothing about. Oh, okay. So you thinking the victims are retaliating? Yeah, you know what I'm saying? Oh, I ain't seen them. If I seen blue suit, shit, I'm stopping. Okay, well, everybody, the witnesses for the party, like I said, the ones that looked through their windows saw the officers in full uniform to get out of the car. I don't know what they seen. You know, but I can't. You didn't see it. I'm driving, so I can't tell you. Well, here's the thing. Who's who and what's what. Let me tell you why I don't believe that. And I'm just keeping it real with you. The reason why I don't believe that, again, with the tape, I'm not going to bring it back out. It's going to be in my report. Tell you exactly what you said. You said that when DK got out of the car and hopped out the car, started busting, 12 backed up in the Taurus. Now, I know who the fuck 12 is. You do too. 12 ain't backed up in no car. Listen to me. You already told me the car backed up the Taurus. They backed in came with it. Well, whatever I'm saying, you know it's the police because you called them 12. Then you said 12 started shooting into the car. That's on the tape. You're talking to your wife and the other dude. Y'all talking. You saying 12 shooting, police shooting. You even said, well, listen to me. You even said DK was shooting at 12. That's what I'm going to put up as evidence. So that's right there. Hold on. Listen to what I told you. Everything that I told you. Hold on, Bean. Everything I told you. If you don't clear this up, I'm going to get that part right there. That's how I know it's 12. For me to get in here and tell my wife who these folks is, you know what I'm saying? I didn't know these were these people at the time this was going on. So you say the same car you saw in the parking lot that blocked you in, eventually the car even where you go. Well, the one that was near your car. You know what I'm saying? The door I'm trying to tell you, some I'm telling them, some of that's so true, some of it's not true. So when did you know this was going to be goddamn? She hit me with the car, I know damn. When I see them, I see the car. I'm like, damn, this is police. Police just ran over the car, so this is the damn police. So I can tell my wife in this story, right? You know what I'm saying? Well, from the beginning, right? From the beginning, from me to you, I can't tell you this is the police. Because I would have stopped for the police. All right. That makes sense. What you said, that makes sense what you said. So that'll be up to whoever makes that decision when they believe. I'll put that down. You know what I'm saying? From the beginning, I can't say this is 12. Okay. But after, yeah, this is the same car that got me. Yeah, I can tell my wife this is 12. Okay. You see what I'm saying? All right. That's your story. Well, let me get over here. You got a hearing tomorrow about something. Nah, I got to go next Thursday. Oh, okay. For this aggravated assault. I'm gonna talk about that. You already told me. You know.
So I'm gonna stop right here at 11:55:33. Right here at this point where he told him, I don't want to talk about that. Why didn't you want to talk about his other case that he had?
That's an uninvolved crime. It's none of my business. It's law enforcement.
And when he says none of your business as law enforcement, explain that. What do you mean?
I don't want to jeopardize whatever case that other law enforcement entity may have against him by getting him to say things about it. I want to keep things focused on the police-involved shooting, use of deadly force by a police officer, and what I believe to be a robbery that took place up in some of their comments.
And a little bit earlier in this portion, you were talking, he was asking you about Red and whether or not Red came forward, and you said, I can't talk about, or I can't get into that part of the investigation. Why couldn't you tell Bean about whatever conversation that you had with Derek Dotson or Dirty Red at that time?
The investigation was ongoing, number one. I wanted to make sure I hadn't charged anyone with anything. I wanted to maintain the integrity of Dirty Red or Derek Dotson's life, his future, his family.
We're gonna pick up at 11:55:33.
That's your other business. I don't want to get into that. I got nothing to do with anything other than what I asked you about. I feel like I've been straight up. So right now I'm charged with, well, what it looks like to me, I'm still not charged with. I haven't charged anything yet. I'm working this out. I'm gonna sit down and look through what we did today, and I'll come up with my decision. I'm slow, man. I'm old with this shit. You know, ain't no rush. So like I said, I don't do no robbery, man. I want to get everybody in the clip. You know, but like you said, I'm one of the guys that was in the car. So whatever went on that day, I got to trying to be obsessed with whatever the fuck these niggas I did. So it is what it is, man. I just like to know them and not to know, you know what I mean? Why do y'all talk like that on those jail phones? Y'all know we listen. So why do y'all talk like that on those phones? So free. I mean, understand. I mean, it's really nothing to me, really. I mean, really nothing to just tell me what's going on. You know, I'm gonna make them stand up. I'm gonna put these behind you. I'm gonna leave off this shit ankle chain.
We're gonna pause at 11:56:43. Why did you ask Bean why they talk so freely like that on those jail calls?
Personally, I just always, in my history working in Atlanta Police Homicide, once we got tapes, I would just ask people after I spoke with them, why are you talking on tape? It doesn't make any sense to me, you know, if it's stuff that you want to keep close to the vest.
And
it's always an exit question.
And when you said y'all know we listening, was that a rhetorical question or a literal question?
It was literal. I mean, there's a recording that goes on and tells the user of that jail phone exactly who's listening to it, law enforcement.
When you, going back to those calls specifically, when you listen to Adrian Bean's phone jail recordings, did you hear him telling his wife about felonies that he had committed as a part of this incident on September 11, 2013?
Yes.
And let me ask, is it a felony to shoot someone?
Absolutely.
Is it a felony to possess a gun while you may be on probation?
Objection, Your Honor. asking the witness to provide a legal conclusion
Yeah, it's not.
and to speak on the law.
I stand the question.
Given what you heard on that jail calls, was Adrian Bean implicated himself in this armed robbery?
Yes.
And at this point, only based upon what he said in this interview, do you know why he was speaking to his wife about this particular armed robbery? That he,
Basis,
I'm gonna say speculation.
I stand objection.
okay. All right. You can stop sharing. Now, let me ask you this, just a few additional questions about this interview. Again, prior to meeting with Adrian Bean, did you have any conversations with him about any of the other evidence you had gathered up until the point in which you met with Mr. Bean?
Not at all.
And was there information that Mr. Bean told you that was corroborated by the other evidence you had gathered up until this point in time?
I would say so.
At any point, did you have a desire or want Mr. Jeffrey Williams or Young Thug as part of this case?
That's the jury to determine.
You're right.
I'll rule the objection. Well, I'll sustain this to form, rephrase it.
Did you have any vendetta against Mr. Williams or the person known as Young Thug as a part of this case?
Not at all.
Outside of the video interview and the recorded portion all the way up until you dropped Mr. Bean off at the jail, did you have any further conversation with Adrian Bean about this case that was not recorded?
Not at all.
And did you ever tell Adrian Bean to make Young Thug or DK or Frederick Prothrow to be a part of this case at all?
No.
Now, as part of your investigation, did you have any evidence tested for touch DNA?
Yes.
Okay, what evidence did you have tested?
Based off the interviews I conducted with Bean, based off the 3 firearms located at the laundromat inside the car at 126 Cleveland, I had those 3 weapons tested against the occupants of the car, all 3 that I knew of, Frederick Prothrow, Walter Murphy, and Adrian Bean.
And did you learn of those results?
I did.
What were those results?
Well, one of the guns, okay, how do you want me to, I probably need you to let me break it down.
Sure. Was there any DNA found on any of the guns that came back to any one person?
I believe Walter Murphy, there was DNA evidence on Walter Murphy.
On foundation basis.
I'll
Okay.
stand the question. You can lay some more time.
Did you receive the report, the GBI report in this case?
I did back in 2013, I did, yeah.
Did you review that report prior to you making any decision about arresting Martinez?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the last part, Ms. Hilton.
Sure. Did you review that report prior to making any decisions about arresting Martinez?
Absolutely.
Let me ask you this, were there any guns that did not come out with any clear DNA?
Yes.
What happened with that piece of evidence, that gun?
There was no way to, there was no DNA on the gun that could be loaded up to what's called the CODIS database. And therefore, there would be no one linked to that particular piece of evidence or that firearm.
Okay. And you talked about getting samples from both Walter Murphy Frederick Prothrow and Adrian Bean, did you ever get any DNA samples from Jeffrey Williams?
Not at all.
Why not?
Because the gun I was told that he was a part of with the interview with Adrian Bean was inconclusive.
And why did the fact that it was inconclusive, why didn't you go get? I know it makes, I understand it, but explain it again, like it was inconclusive, so what does that mean?
The way I work my investigations, I don't arrest anyone based off someone else's testimony only. Gotta have another piece of evidence. Based off what Bean told me, he said that was Thug's gun in the back of the car. I tested it, it was inconclusive. It was too many contributors on that particular piece of evidence. They couldn't upload it. So I wasn't gonna just take Bean's word based off my reputation, the way I do things, to get an arrest warrant for Jeffrey Williams, just on his word only. I needed another prong, or something to corroborate what Bean had put up for me.
And transitioning into that, who did you take out arrest warrants for in this case?
Adrian Bean, Frederick Prothrow, and Walter Murphy.
And do you recall when you took out those warrants?
I'm gonna say like October the 24th or 25th, late October of 2013.
I'm gonna show you what's been marked as Exhibit 178 Charlie. You recognize Exhibit 178 Charlie?
I do. Looks like my supplementals.
And would you have the date in which you took out arrest warrants within your supplement?
Okay, hold on. Give me a second here. Actually, I was a month off. It was September the 25th, 2013.
And who did you take out arrest warrants for?
Adrian Bean, Frederick Prothrow, and Walter Murphy.
And as you just stated, you did not take out warrants for Mr. Jeffrey.
No, not at all.
And what were the charges that you took out those warrants for?
It was armed robbery, aggravated assault, 3 counts of ag assault on police each.
Now, you took out those warrants approximately, based on that timeline, about 2 weeks after the incident.
About 14 days.
In police time, is that a short or a long time, given the facts you had in this case?
I was told it was old man time because the bosses want quick resolution when the cop shoots somebody. But I always take my own sweet time. I'm gonna make sure I have it right. That was an overwhelming long time in this business.
And
But you know, sometimes it's just gotta go hard.
And why was it an overwhelming long time, you said, in this business?
Police departments like quick resolution. They want it done. They don't want people who are suspected of crimes being able to leave hospitals or bond out of jail. But that's just my credo. I mean, sometimes you got to play hard. We'll get you at some point, but not before it's time. It wasn't soup yet.
Did you ever close the officer involved shooting investigation involving Investigator Roberson L?
I did.
And did you determine whether or not Investigator Roberson L was justified in shooting his weapon?
Yes.
And what was the result of that portion of the investigation?
Well, the way it works, if I don't charge the police officer, because that's what it is, it's not an administrative investigation. This is about the officer's life, his future. It's a criminal investigation. I didn't find Detective Robinson guilty of any felonies or improperly used his firearm. And it was sent over to the Internal Affairs Division for final review.
Now, during the course of your investigation and even afterwards, did you ever have the occasion to encounter Mr. Jeffrey?
Yes.
Where was it that you encountered Mr. Jeffrey?
So I work an extra job, off duty in uniform back in those days at Neiman Marcus up at Lenox Mall. Then I worked there for 11 and a half years.
And is that where you saw Mr. Williams?
Yeah, oddly enough, 2-3 weeks after I was pretty much figuring out what I had in this investigation, he just walked in. I sit on a stool in uniform, and I reached out to him.
And when you say you reached out to him, tell the jurors what do you mean?
So I'm on the stool. It was a Friday because I only work Fridays at Neiman Marcus. I have a bunch of other extra jobs at the time. But I'm sitting on my stool working this case out, but I'm off duty. So I got no recorders. I'm in a police uniform. I'm just a cop. Jeffrey Williams walks in. I say, yo, homie, let me holler at you. Yeah, I mean, that's just how I talk. And at first he was hesitant, but he came right over. And I just told him what I was working on and how his name came up. And I told him why I was telling him that.
So let me kind of go back. You talked about your extra job. You only work on Fridays. Why were you in full uniform?
I'm working for the business. I can't work a high-end luxury jewelry store. I work the luxury jewels department at Neiman Marcus. And so I have to present in uniform as a deterrent.
Now, you said that you encountered him. Let me ask you this. About how many times did you see Mr. Williams at Neiman Marcus? After or during this investigation?
So a total of 4 times.
Now, let's talk about this first encounter. You said you were sitting on your stool and you saw him and told him to come over here. Did he approach you?
He came on over.
And what, if anything, did you say to him when he approached you?
I went right into it. I said, listen, I'm working an investigation. Your man Bean, I don't know whether he's your friend or not, but he put your name in that big explosion when the car went into the laundromat up on Cleveland Avenue in Old Hayville. I said, he put you in the car. He says that you even had a gun, you were in the car, and you got away. I said, you're gonna find out about this later because you're gonna get the discovery from other people in the car, which is all my reports and my audios and videos later. You'll have access to them if you have relationships with anybody in the car. I says, I'm telling you on the front end, your name got put in this.
And once you said that your name got put in this, did Mr. Williams say anything to you?
He denied any involvement, being there, anything illegal that happened on 9/11/2013 between Cleveland and Oasis.
Okay. When he denied his involvement in that, he was not there. What, if anything, did you do next?
So I told the young brother, I said, listen, I can arrest you based off what being said. That's not who I am. I can lock you up and then before people locked up, we'll figure out what's up. I said, but the way I get down, if I get DNA off that gun, being said was yours, and you're gonna make me come hunt you down to eliminate you from this scientifically, or you gonna come in voluntarily? Or do I get a warrant to come get you and to get your sample? Because I can get a warrant and get a sample to go in your mouth if somebody says you were at a crime scene. That's enough. And I left it like that. And I also told him, I'll never arrest you based on what one joker says. I'm gonna need something else to back it up.
At that point, did Mr. Williams say anything?
He just continually denied it, but he was very respectful.
And you talked about what he said. Did you notice any physical demeanor of him when you approached him?
He was unnerved. He was shook. You know, I've been around a lot of people. I've approached him in uniform. I approached him in this uniform. And you can say certain things to people and, you know, you can almost see their heart beating out of their shirt. that was one of those situations.
And I understand shook, what does shook mean?
I mean, you're nervous, you're uneasy. You're hearing information you just didn't expect to hear.
After he denied his involvement, did he leave?
Oh yeah, we clapped up and he went on about his way.
And was he by himself at that point in time?
He was.
Now, you said there were 4 encounters. Tell the jury about what your second encounter was.
So the second encounter, this is 10 years ago, so it's about 2 to 3 weeks, could even be a month later. I had gotten word back from the scientists at the GBI that firearm linked to being through testimony, that firearm linked to Jeffrey Williams through the testimony only of Bing came back inconclusive with too many male contributors on that weapon to be uploaded into the CODIS database for identification.
And you said you had that information. What happened upon the second encounter?
I told, when he walked in the store, he was again alone. Let me holler at you again. That's pretty much what I said. He comes on over, and I just break the news to him. I said, you know what, man? I said, I'm not gonna be able to do nothing with this for me. I mean, I could arrest you, but I'm not. And this may sound crass, but what I said to him was, I did some research on you in these last 3 weeks to a month, and I found out you're about ready to blow up. So I said, go make your $1 million and stay the fuck off Cleveland. It's the last thing I said to him that day.
And you say those words today.
Exactly.
What happened once you said that? Did he leave?
We clapped up, and he was gone.
Your third encounter. Tell the jury about that third encounter.
Well, this is gonna be, okay, right. Losing count. So this may be a few months down the road. This time, Jeffrey Williams, he's accompanied by other individuals when he comes in Neiman Marcus. I'm in a uniform. I'm on the stool in Precious Jewels. I step aside. Now he is saying, I want to holler at you. So he comes up with this, I'm gonna call it entourage. It was some people. But in particular, there was a woman he identified as his sister. He called her by name, Dolly. And he gave me a job offer. He said, I want you to be my travel security because I'm getting ready to do my thing. His sister, I only know her as Dolly. She gave me her phone number. I said, I'm not interested. I said, go live your life. But I did take her number. She gave it to me. I put it inside my city-issued cell phone where it's set for the next 10 years. I never even dialed that number.
And as a part of this case, did you provide me with a screenshot of your phone log showing where you had put in her office?
Yes, I did.
Commissioner Coach.
Have you shown that to,
Commissioner Coach.
yes, ma'am.
I'm gonna show you what's gonna mark the Stacey Exhibit 179C. Tell me if you recognize it as 179C.
This is the address book to my city-issued cell phone. When I retired, I had it all downloaded so I could access it as needed in retirement, and this is it.
And is that a fair, accurate depiction of your address log that was in your city cell phone that you got when you left the department?
Yes.
Your Honor, this time the state would like to attend the Stacey Exhibit 179C.
An objection, counsels.
On behalf of Mr. Williams.
Aye. Case 179, Charlie is admitted, may be published as you see fit.
Thank you, Your Honor. And still going old school?
Let's keep it old school.
If you can point to where you see, the name of Miss Dolly Young.
This is how I put it in that day right there, Neiman Marcus Precious Jewels.
Now, by any chance, did you have the date in which you, inputted that when you, did it have a date in which, when you inputted that information to your phone?
You know, it might have, I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know about that technology.
After, you got her number, you put it in your phone, did you ever see Dolly again?
I didn't know.
And here, the phone numbers aren't on here, but have we just extracted out the actual phone number?
Yeah, the phone number is not up there, but it's over in the right somewhere.
All right, thank you. And then there was a final encounter. If you could tell us more about the final encounter.
Oh. The last encounter, I'm on a Friday at Precious Jewels in uniform, getting my cheese, working hard. I see Jeffrey Williams come into the store. We're about 25 feet from each other. He's going to the down escalator. He's in the company of Walter Murphy, who I know on site. Walter Murphy in his right pocket has a long knot, they call it in the street, the kind you can't fold, and it's hanging out of his right pocket as they're going down the escalator, the two of them. Thug is pointing to the long knot and making sure I see it. Don't know what it meant. I mean, I could have an opinion, but that was it. I waved at him and they went downstairs and I guess they bought some items.
When you say the long knots, what do you mean?
Well, it's the money that can't fold. If it's cash, US currency, and it's so much it can't fold, back in those days, I haven't seen it much lately. Jokers would just like have the money, you know, straight flossing the money out so everybody could see it.
And during that interaction, did you have any verbal communication with either Mr. Murphy or Mr. Williams?
I think I snickered and they snickered and they went on downstairs and made their purchases.
Of course, in Melbourne as well. Just a few last questions. Detective Quinn, have you ever heard of the term destroying evidence?
Absolutely, I heard of it.
And what do you take that to mean?
Destroying evidence in my line of work is against the rules. I mean, it's a broad terminology, but it means getting rid of something that may be exculpatory. And when I say exculpatory, information that can set somebody free and you get rid of it.
And is it a felony or is it a crime to destroy evidence?
Absolutely. In that context, if it's going to lead to somebody going free.
What does it mean to be post-certified in the state of Georgia?
The Police Officers Standard and Training Council, they give the power to Georgia police officers. And you have to report to them everything you do. They investigate you as an officer, detective, chief, whatever, if you have any wrongdoing in your jacket. They make final calls on whether or not you ever come back to the job. They're the governing body for giving police officers the power to arrest.
Is intentionally deleting a recorded statement of a material witness in a criminal investigation something you would consider destroying evidence?
If it would lead them to have them going free, I would say so. If you're keeping them from their freedom by getting rid of some evidence you don't want in your file or in your presentation of evidence to the state.
What happens to your post certification if post learns that you intentionally deleted a recorded statement of a material witness in a criminal investigation?
Well, they're going to yank your badge and gun and your arrest power until they investigate. They're going to conduct their own investigation. I've never had that issue, so I don't know much about what happens to you.
And given what you just said, have you ever deleted a recorded statement of a material witness in a criminal investigation?
I've never.
I have no further questions.
Council, why don't we take 10 minutes, ladies and gentlemen? What about you all? And then we'll go ahead and continue at this point in time. All right, we're going to recess 10 minutes. All rise. All right, Sergeant Ingram, summon our jurors, please, sir. All right, ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. All right, thank you, Sergeant Ingram. All right, Cross wants to go first. Ms. Sharp?
Detective Quinn, good afternoon.
How are you?
I'm great. How are you, sir?
Glad to be here.
All right, excellent. Just want to follow up on something that you said minutes ago about destroying evidence. I don't have the transcript. I just have my notes.
Okay.
My notes indicate that you said it's a problem if it is exculpatory evidence or evidence that could set someone free. Is
That's
that
what I said, yes.
okay? That's accurate for what you said?
Give or take, yeah.
Okay. And that would be illegal.
I would say so.
And that would also violate police protocol?
If it was information that was gonna set someone free, those are the key words. Tapes can, or written testimony that's gonna set someone free is important. That's why it has to be preserved.
What about other statements or recordings that wouldn't necessarily set someone free? Would be destroying those recordings still be destroying evidence?
I mean, I don't know, because I don't have that, I've never had that situation. I know of detectives that will record things and then reduce it to writing when they get back and they don't use the recording. I've seen that. Me personally, I can speak for me, I turn over everything, but I'm not, that's not the hard and fast rule. But the hard and fast rule is any information that's gonna set a person free, you can't destroy it.
What about a statement that's taken from a witness that you determine to be a lie? What is the appropriate thing to do in that circumstance?
So what kind of statement? You talking about audio, written?
Audio.
Audio, I mean, that's open to the detective or whoever law enforcement official is holding that information. I can only speak for me, and it's my practice. I don't.
So your testimony is, I understand you're speaking for you.
That's all I can do.
But as far as protocols and legality, you're not aware of any laws or protocols, APD, standard operating procedures, that would prevent the destruction of an audio statement if the detective determined it to be a lie?
Me personally, I can only speak for me. I don't know the city policy word for word. David Quinn Jr., homicide detective, working 19 years in that field. I never destroy anything. I can't speak for other detectives. I don't know the rules. I don't know all the rules for APD.
Okay. You did take a statement, a recorded statement with your lapel recorder from Mr. Nava Flores on 9/11/13, correct?
I did.
And in preparation of your testimony and from days ago and also today,
Yes, sir.
you reviewed that recording, correct?
I did.
And you would agree that at 3 minutes and 36 seconds of this recording, or anywhere on the recording, there's reference to a first statement, and if Mr. Nava Flores wants to clear anything out else up from the first statement he gave?
I remember that well.
Okay, and you would agree that there's, that clearly establishes that there were in fact two statements given?
Okay, only one given to me. I can't speak to whoever that law enforcement official was that Nava Flores spoke with. It was in the ether, and I didn't know who it was.
And I'm going to get back to that, okay? So your testimony today is that you only took one statement from Mr. Nava Flores.
Yes, and a second written breakdown of all the encounters with Nava Flores, which was contained in my supplementals.
Okay, and you're the lead investigator in this case, correct?
I'm the quarterback, yeah.
Quarterback. Buck stops with you.
That's right. I throw the ball, but I can't catch it.
Okay. And you acknowledge the importance of police reports for memorializing facts that are learned at the time, correct?
Yes, I also acknowledge that it's not an exact science either.
And you also acknowledge that police reports are important when you're called to testify about things from 2013 and it's 2024.
Absolutely.
All right. You wrote a 3-page incident report regarding this case, correct?
I don't remember how many pages.
But you wrote an incident report? Okay. And then you also wrote a 47-page supplemental incident report outlining your investigation, correct?
I did.
Okay. This first statement that Mr. Nava Flores gave, I want to ask you as the quarterback, who did he give this statement to?
I don't know. I mean, and I can go even further, is that there are a lot of players on the field. But when I heard from someone, some law enforcement, that it was going to be a reported stolen vehicle, which mucks up or throws a monkey wrench in my investigation.
Who told you that information, that there was?
I don't know. It was in the ether. This is in the fog of investigation. Lions, tigers, and bears on mine. That's what was going on out there. And it was something happening. It was something happening out there where it was going to be a reported stolen car with that crashed up car at 126 Cleveland. So I said, when I got up on the hill, I'm like, I need to hear nothing but truth. I don't care whatever he told. It was a litany of law enforcement out there.
Okay.
Again, the fog of the game.
Okay, but the fog didn't make that statement, did it?
I don't know who made it.
Okay, it was a person.
Exactly.
And I'm asking you who that person was.
I don't know.
Okay, is it in your 47-page report? Does it indicate to you who gave you that information?
Not at all.
Basis. Sustained.
Do you have officers and detectives? You're not the only one with a recording device, are you?
I don't know. There are people out there, but I don't know what they carry. I don't know how they record information.
Okay. Do you have a recording from this initial statement given by Mr. Nava Flores?
I do not.
Do you have an APD? Yes, sir.
Can I say this?
Yes.
I don't know if it was recorded or was it just a verbal statement, because verbal statements are statements just like recorded statements. Technology has not changed facts or information.
And as far as APD, they also have what's known as written statement forms, correct? Where witnesses can write down a statement.
They have that as well, but you can write a statement on a paper plate. I mean, it doesn't have to be on anything in particular. There's no ceremony to a statement.
Do you have a paper plate with Mr. Nava Flores' statement, original statement written on it?
Not on this case, but in my career, working 19 years, somebody did write me a statement on a paper plate. That's all we had back in 2001, if you want a literal example.
Well, I'm just focusing on this case. So you do not have a paper plate with Mr. Nava Flores' statement written on it? What about a written statement form used by APD? Do you have a written statement form with Mr. Nava Flores' original statement?
I do not.
I'm going to change the subject. Courtney Bean, she's the wife of Adrian Bean, correct?
That's correct.
All right, and you were out there with, you were wearing a suit on 9/11/13?
Yes.
Okay, and you have that recorder in your lapel, correct? A very small bubblegum size recorder.
I don't chew bubble gum, but yes,
What did you say it was the size of?
a package of gum.
Package of gum. Thank you. So you had that with you on that date, correct?
I did.
And you encountered Courtney Bean at 2233 Macon Drive that afternoon?
I did.
And you had a conversation with her, correct?
That's correct.
Did you record that conversation?
Nope.
Okay. You also had a phone conversation the next day with Courtney Bean, correct?
I did.
Did you record that phone conversation?
I did not.
Okay. Thank you. I have no further questions.
All right, sir. Next examiner. All right, anybody else? Before Mr. Steele, anybody else? All right, go ahead, Mr. Matthews. Thank you, Mr. Steele, for deferring.
Detective Quinn, good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, sir.
Just have a few questions for you.
Yes, sir.
You indicated on direct examination that, if I got it right, it says, I don't arrest anyone off of one person's word only. Is that correct?
That's generally my practice.
Okay. And that's your practice because you want additional corroborative evidence other than just a person's word, right?
In most cases, yes.
And the reason you want that is because when people give you a story or statement, A, they could be telling the truth, correct?
That's correct.
B, they could be lying, correct?
You're correct again.
And C, it could be a little bit of both, right?
Sometimes it works out that way.
So when we're dealing with corroborative evidence, you want to know if they're eyewitnesses, right?
I love eyewitnesses, yes.
You love eyewitnesses because they are there and they can actually tell you what they saw, correct?
Absolutely.
They can tell you what they heard, right?
Yes.
But even though a witness, an eyewitness tells you what they saw and what they heard, even an eyewitness can be mistaken, correct?
That's been my experience. That's why corroborative evidence always is a good assistant.
Now, when you are at the scene of a crime that's been committed, whether it be a murder, an armed robbery, an act of assault, what have you, you're going to knock on doors if you can, right?
Knocking on doors is my favorite part. So I always reserve that for myself.
Okay. And in addition to knocking on doors, well, let me back up. You don't investigate a case without going to the scene, correct?
Not always correct. I've worked hundreds of cold cases where I didn't go to the scene.
Okay. Let's talk about active cases that are under investigation that haven't gone cold. You get the phone call, you've been assigned, however the assignment, the wheel goes, and it's now your case.
Yes, sir.
You get that case, you will generally, when we're talking about armed robberies and murders and things of that nature, you're going to go out to the scene, correct?
I'll make my best effort to get to that scene, yes.
And going to the scene is important because that's where the evidence is a lot of times, right?
Most times, it's where it starts if that is your original scene. Sometimes the crime scene is scene number 3, which has been my experience.
Okay. So you're going to go to the scene. Now you get to the scene, you're knocking on doors, you want to talk to any witnesses that are out there, right?
Yes, sir.
And when those witnesses come forward and they talk to you, some do, some don't, right?
That's a fair assessment.
Okay. And you don't stop there. You will also want to get forensic evidence, right? If you can.
That's always a nice hook for your investigation.
And forensic evidence, we're talking about fingerprint evidence, right?
I'll agree with you there.
We're talking about DNA evidence, right?
Yes, sir.
DNA evidence such as touch DNA evidence, right? If you can get it.
It was a component in 2010 that became pretty normal behavior on a crime scene.
Okay, so you will also make an effort, if you can, to talk to the person that is your target of the investigation, right?
That's always a good look.
You'll bring them into the office.
Not always. We'll sometimes do it at the mama's, dinner table somewhere.
And if you do it at the mama's dinner table, you will, and if they're your person of interest, and if you have them in custody or what have you, you're going to Mirandize them, right?
It all depends. I mean, if they're not in custody, I don't Mirandize.
They are in custody.
If they're free to leave, I don't Mirandize them all the time.
If they're in custody, you're going to Mirandize them, right?
If they're in custody and can't go home, yes.
Read them their rights. You're going to sit down and talk to them, right?
Correct.
And sometimes they'll tell you what happened.
Unbelievably, I've had a lot of success with people being suspects or victims telling me what happened.
And they'll tell you sometimes things that are inconsistent with what the alleged victim is saying happened, correct?
What are we speaking of? Because my victims are all dead. And again, ag assault is not a crime, and armed robbery are crimes I normally investigate. I'm just trying to understand where you're coming from.
Well, I mean, if you believe that a person was robbed and that person is not dead, then that's going to be an alleged victim, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so the person that you have in the interview room might give you a different version of events than what the alleged victim says happened, right?
That happens.
Okay, now, and in some instances, the person that you're talking to that's in that interview room, they may have their cell phone with them, correct?
Sometimes, not all the time.
And in some instances, when they do have that cell phone with them, you may ask them, can I look in your phone, right?
I've done that before.
Okay, and if they agree to allow you to look into their phone, you'll scroll through the phone. Sometimes y'all scroll through it together, right?
So can I explain something for you?
Sure.
If I've got interest in the phone, I'm only talking about David Quinn Jr., the homicide detective, because that's where I did all my work. I'm getting a search warrant for the phone. I'm not asking permission, but that's just me. A lot of cops do that. If the phone interests me, I'm gonna try to get a search warrant because I want everything. I don't want what he or she picks or chooses.
Okay.
I want everything.
So if you get a search warrant, whether you get their consent to look in their phone or whether you get a search warrant to get in that phone, you're looking through the phone. And if that particular person that's being interviewed or that person's being arrested and you are conducting an investigation with that person, then and if they have things that are in that phone, if there's information in that phone that backs up their story, when I say their story, the person who is the suspect, the person who is under arrest, you're going to maintain that information, correct?
With benefit of search warrant.
And that would be considered exculpatory evidence, correct?
It depends what's in there. I mean, that's kind of open to interpretation. I mean, that's kind of open-ended the way you said it.
Okay.
I don't know what's in the phone. We'd be talking about grocery lists. That's not going to be exculpatory.
Right. We're not talking about a grocery list. We're talking
But you
about...
gave me a kind of a broad, you just put it out there.
That's fair.
All right.
I'll narrow it down.
All right.
So we're talking about evidence that could actually benefit the person that is the suspect in your investigation. That information in the phone that can benefit that person's story, can corroborate that person's story. That's what I'm talking about, okay?
I'm with you.
All right. You're going to preserve that telephone, correct?
It's kind of still an open-ended, but if I got a search warrant for it, yes, everything's going to be memorialized to the best of my knowledge. I mean, and just to give it some context, there's some things that happen in phones the last 15 years that I can't do anything with. I have to let the experts handle that with these clouds and different things I know nothing about. So I would probably turn it over to someone that's proficient in that science.
Right. You basically hand that evidence over to someone who can look into that phone and grab that information out of that phone, correct?
And yes, and customarily that expert, they call them cyber crimes unit is the name they gave it when I was down there. And cyber crimes will then forward me a report of what's in that phone. Because I don't even know how to open my phone half the time.
And at some point during the course of that investigation, that preserved evidence, that preserved information, it'll one day work its way to a courtroom such as we are here today, correct?
Sometimes that happens.
Basis.
I was gonna be speculation.
I state objection.
Now, with respect to your investigation and doing these sorts of things, once you hand that information over to, when I say information, once you hand that cell phone, that information inside that cell phone, once you hand it off, you're pretty much done with that part of the investigation as it relates to evidence, correct?
I wouldn't say done. I'm gonna have that cyber crimes, it's usually a detective, break down for me what's inside that machinery, that electronic device, and give me some kind of report. Because I can look at it and he can see things that I can't see. Because I want to turn it over to the state and for discovery with a defense if that applies.
And in some cases, you would take, if you believe that information in that phone that's exculpatory, you would actually walk that information to the district attorney yourself, wouldn't you?
Objection, Your Honor, speculation.
I state objection.
Now, just 1 second, Judge, I'm almost done. Thank you, Judge. That's all I have. Thank you. Thank you, Detective.
Thank you, sir.
All right, anyone else? All right, Mr. Steele?
How are you, sir?
Mr. Steele, what's up?
Good to see you, sir.
It's always a pleasure.
I feel the same. Can I ask you some questions?
It's your floor, brother.
All right. I would like to if you don't mind, and just clarify, just solidify, okay? Talking about Adrian Bean, September 11th, 2013, at the area where he's arrested.
Okay, I'm with you.
Near the laundromat. Fair to say, as far as you know, gets hit by the police car, the undercover police car, the tourist, taken into custody, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. And when he is taken into custody, just to be solid and just to make sure it's pure, he is taken from that scene to Grady Hospital. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Okay. And from Grady Hospital, he eventually makes his way over to the Fulton County Jail.
Yes, sir.
All right. Now, when Mr. Bean, and if you need to see anything, just let us know.
Yes, sir.
Okay. When Mr. Bean tells you 6 days later, it's September 17, 2013, that he had lied to the detective when he first spoke with them. You remember something? I may not be quoting, but something to that effect.
I mean, you're paraphrasing, but I know where you're going.
But I mean, I'm trying to be fair. That's
Yeah, that's fair. I mean, we don't have to like bring it up or show me or anything.
okay. Now, do you know who he spoke with? When I say he, Mr. Bean spoke with prior to speaking with you?
Not at all.
Do you know what the location of this interrogation, interview, meeting, whatever you want to call it?
I can only assume, which, you know, I don't think I can even say what it would assume unless you want me to.
Well, assumptions don't help. So,
No, they help in this situation, I think.
well, do you know? How about
Nope.
that? All right. Do you know what questions were asked of Mr. Bean?
I know nothing because no one gave me anything in written form or verbal form for me to evaluate.
Or recording, I guess, right?
Correct.
And I think it's obvious now, but you don't know the answers given.
I don't.
All right. Now, I understand clearly from your testimony, you did not direct anyone to speak with Mr. Bean prior to you deciding to do that 6 days after this September 11, 2000.
Oh, yeah, I wanted it to be me.
All right. But you did, for the jurors, send or direct or ask coworkers to go down to interview, meet with, speak with, interrogate, whatever word you want to attach to it, Mr. Fred Prothro at the Grady County. Excuse me, that's wrong. Grady Hospital, true.
Yeah, not just Fred Prothro, Walter Murphy as well.
I was about to get to. And the two people you sent, if you remember, coworkers of yours, Detective Lewis.
That's correct.
Detective,
Tracy.
I'm sorry,
That's Tracy Lewis.
Detective Calhoun.
Yes.
And do you know whether the meeting with Mr. Fred Prothro was recorded by Detective Calhoun at the Grady Hospital on September 11, 2013?
He gave me a written statement. I don't remember a recording. It may have been. I don't remember.
Okay. Is there anything that you have in front of you that would refresh your memory? And if not,
No.
okay. Do you know whether Detective Tracy Lewis, when she met with Walter Murphy, recorded?
Can I say something?
Of course.
I remember. It's been 10 years. I'm going to be 60 soon. So Calhoun recorded something. Tracy reduced whatever verbal was told to her by Murphy and recorded it on a written statement that she prepared and gave to me.
All right. And as far as you know, Detective Tracy Lewis did not record the meeting with Mr. Walter Murphy.
Correct.
All right. And is it fair to say that Detective Calhoun, when he met with Fred Prothro, Fred Prothro spoke with him, or Frederick Prothro spoke with him?
He did.
And is it fair to say that Frederick Prothro said who was in the car at the time of that collision?
Yeah, he gave a statement. He gave some information.
And is it fair to say that Frederick Prothro said that there were three people in the car?
Basis. I stand the question, Duke.
Detective Calhoun already testified.
Not as to what Frederick Prothro
Yeah, you
said.
can't, it's still going to be your signature still.
Okay. Let me ask you this. Let's go to the non-recorded meeting, interview, interrogation, whatever the right word is, between Detective Lewis and Walter Murphy. Okay?
Okay.
You received a summary investigative note at the City of Atlanta Police Department statement or police report from Detective Lewis on that event, that occasion. Is that fair to say?
I did. Sometime that week, after she reduced it to writing, she gave it to me for the file.
Okay. And you remember it being dated either the 18th of September or the 17th of September, and I'll check if you don't remember, 2000.
I don't remember if they show it to me.
Okay.
I know that she only did that one interview down there. When she reduced the writing, she may put the day she actually reduced it to writing, but I don't know. She'd have to tell you.
Now, when I'm talking about Detective Lewis' statement, did you receive, how many statements did you receive from Detective Lewis?
Pardon me, Mr.
How many,
Stevens?
that's fine. How many statements did you receive from Detective Lewis concerning her interview with Mr. Walter Murphy?
Just that one.
Did you ever see a second statement from Detective Lewis that was whited out? These are my words, blocked out, deleted, anything.
It's not in my memory banks. I don't remember that.
Okay, I want to show you two items, okay?
Okay.
Give me 1 second. Your Honor, may I have 1 second?
You may, sir.
$207. Thank you. So. Your Honor, may I approach?
You may, sir.
Former Detective Quinn, may I approach you?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to show you what I marked as Mr. Williams, number 207 and 208. Can you just do me a favor, take a peek
Okey-doke.
at one and then the other? Just tell me if you've seen
One and then the other before.
I've seen these before.
Okay. And is this related to the incident that we're speaking of and Detective Tracy Lewis writing down a written report?
Yes,
All right. And were both of these made it into your file? When I say your file on this case?
they showed up in the file, yes.
All right. Your Honor, I move for the admission of Mr. Williams, number 207, 208 for purposes of this examination.
Any objection?
Yes, Your Honor.
Basis?
Hearsay.
I'm gonna overrule the objection. I'll admit defendants 207, 208 over objection.
Okay.
That may be published as you see fit.
Okay.
Your Honor. This is another individual statement.
Can I see him?
Can we approach?
Yes. Hand him to Mr. Kearns, please. Okay. All right, all rise. All right, Detective, thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. Our jury has left us. And Detective Quinn has also stepped out. So, all right, Ms. Hilton, what's the basis for you asking the court to reconsider? You mentioning at the bench, I think before we lost audio capability for everybody else to hear that I have in my possession defendants 207 and 208, which have been shown prior. And I believe that your assessment was, or assertion was, that since Detective Lewis has not testified, that there's still some foundation missing. Is that correct?
Yes, Your
Anything
Honor.
else you wish to add before I let Mr. Steele respond?
Yes, Your Honor. Defense Exhibit 207 and 208 are copies of Detective Lewis's written report or summary that she provided to Detective Quinn as part of his as a part of her portion of the investigation. So 207 is hearsay because Detective Lewis has not testified. Then it's hearsay within hearsay because it is her summary of what Walter Murphy told her. And although Investigator Quinn is the investigative detective, the reason why it's hearsay is that Detective Lewis hasn't testified in this trial at all. Additionally, Your Honor, the way that these reports first came about was whether or not he could tell if being Detective Quinn, could tell if a portion of this was deleted or whited out.
Do we have the originals of these reports?
This is what was turned over, Your Honor. I believe what Mr. Steele could ask him, and looking at 207, 208, he can ask, does it appear that something was whited out? But that's about as far as he can go. As far as introducing 207, 208, that would be rank hearsay because he's trying to get in her statement without her having to testify and get in what Walter Murphy told him, and Walter Murphy has not testified. And so the content of what's contained within 207, 208, if published, would be hearsay, double hearsay. Now, if he wanted to ask him, can you look at 207, 208 and tell if something's been whited out, he can ask them that question, but he cannot, to admit 207 and 208 would be admitting rank hearsay, Your Honor. Can be speculation. So
how would you address if the court also told you that this might be a best evidence issue? Because the original document, and since you're asserting that this particular what's inside the document or the document itself is important in this particular situation, would fall under that particular rule, unless some exception was meted.
I'll say these two copies are copies of what was turned over in discovery. So I won't make a best evidence argument, Your Honor, because this is what was provided in discovery.
All right.
However, it is hearsay to have Detective Quinn testify as to the contents of what is inside of 207 and 208. He can solely, and without publishing to the jury, he can ask, is there a distinction or a difference between these two pieces of paper, but to admit it and to have him talk about anything contained with it, and it would be hearsay, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Steele.
Your Honor, I am not offering 207 for the truth of the matter asserted. In fact, I have spoken with Mr. Walter Murphy, and he has told me that he did not say that there were 4 people in the car. I am not admitting it for the truth.
Okay, we don't have Walter Murphy's testimony yet, so that's based upon your investigation or the like, right?
Coming.
I'm sorry?
The state put us on notice that he is coming in the next series of witnesses.
Then why don't we defer this until he testifies?
Because I have him on cross. And the reason it's important, Your Honor, I'm not as interested in the content. I am interested in the fact.
I'm not saying it's not important, Mr. Steele, but it's you got some foundational issues in this case. Unless the state says, hey, we're willing to stipulate as to this, I think you're going to need a little to lay the foundation that Detective Lewis would have to testify to get the rest of this foundation.
I don't believe so.
Okay, why not?
Because all I want to do.
What's the legal basis? What case law do you have? What rule of evidence are you asking me to admit this under? Because the state's issue is foundation at this point in time, and hearsay. The court's issue is foundation. Their issue is hearsay.
It's non-hearsay because I'm not offering for the truth. The second part is in 207 versus 208. If you look at them, these are statements for a supplement incident report. But if you notice, Your Honor, they are signed at the bottom, both of them.
I've seen the documents before because we've had several witnesses testify about them. So, but
no one testified.
Well,
this time.
This particular issue has been brought up before the court.
I raised it to the court.
Yes, and I'm telling you, I have no doubt that it's probably not. It's relevant evidence, whatever. It's just foundation. If the state's not willing to foundation, even if you're going to offer it for whatever the purpose is, like you just told me, you still have some foundation that's missing.
Well, Detective Quinn just testified that he received both. My questioning to him is going to be, how do you, meaning Detective Quinn is the quarterback, how do you explain, or please explain, what is 208? Did you inquire about 208? I'm not as interested in the content as I am that the fact that 208 is a different document than 207. It cuts off, deleted, I don't know. I'm going to ask him. Yet it's signed as being sworn upon oath that the foregoing is true, correct, complete, and legible. And this is clearly not complete, in my opinion, not all I'm going to do is ask him, did you inquire about this? He is the lead detective. He is here now. And I believe that this is important to show, if the jurors believe it, if the jurors want to use it, that somebody changed their report.
Okay, I have no disagreement with you. It's just foundation. So until such time as the foundation is completed, I want to sustain their objection.
Well, okay. Well, then let me make a proffer. May I do that?
You can make a proffer, certainly, but it's still not going to change the foundation.
Well,
in terms of Detective Lewis would still have to testify, but you can make a proffer.
State's not calling. Well, I shouldn't say that.
I believe they are going to call Detective Lewis. Is that?
That's not on the list. They may be called, but they're not on the. I'm not being told they're calling.
The state has no intention to call Detective Lewis in this case. Defense counsel could call Detective Lewis in their case if they choose to want to determine whether or not what happened here or not. But no, the state does not intend to call.
Okay, all right, okay. So make your proffer, sir, if you choose to do so. But you can, if you choose to present a case for Mr. Williams at the appropriate time, not saying that you can do that if you desire, you could call Detective Lewis, right?
I could subpoena Detective Lewis.
Yeah, okay, all right. But what's your proffer you'd like to make at this time?
But I'm really not using it for Detective Lewis. I'm using it for Detective Quinn, who is testifying right now.
But it's still a foundational issue, Mr. Steele. If you want to admit the documents to ask those questions that you're asking about, it's still a foundation.
But foundation for whom?
Detective Lewis. I mean, because she's the one that took the statements, and she's the one who was in the best position to, and plus she also swore out she was the person that the report was taken to. So you need to have some particular testimony from her.
I think the state doesn't want to call her. I think that speaks volumes for the court. And I have the quarterback, the lead detective.
Well, that's for the jury to decide.
But they won't even know about
it. If you decide later on you want to go ahead and call that witness, you're welcome to do so.
Well, this is my proffer, if permitted, and I know you're stopping me.
No, make your proffer, sir.
No, you're stopping me in front of the jury. I would ask the Honorable Detective Quinn whether he received both. He's already answered that question in the affirmative. I was going to then ask him, they're both signed. Yes, I was going to ask him to read the above the signature that it's true, complete, and correct to the best of knowledge, and it's sworn. I'm not quoting it, but that's basically what it says. And he would answer accordingly. Then I was going to ask him, right where it says he, meaning Mr. Walter Murphy, advised me during the, and it's blacked out, which is different. That's in 208, different than in 207. He advised that he, so the language is different. And then it says all of a sudden 3 other males, one being named Bean, drove to a laundromat. That 3 other males is where it's deleted, omitted, not here in 208. And I was going to ask him, did that, was that curious to you? What did you do about it? Why would this happen? We've heard over and over again, he's been with the City of Atlanta Police Department 19 years. The state relied over my objections on his knowledge and his techniques and his investigatory experience. And I wanted to ask him the same questions. I am not asking anything about hearsay. I believe the foundation was laid because he got them both. And I want to know what he did about it. That's my questions for Detective Quinn.
All right, the documents would have to be admitted in order for you to ask them those questions, correct?
Yeah, well, you admitted them, but yes.
Well, they'd have to be admitted. So,
Yes.
all right, I'm going to still sustain the state's objection. I will go ahead and for the purposes of for your discussion, they've been identified, but I won't admit them in front of a jury at this point in time. And subject to more foundation.
Okay,
And your proffer's been noted.
And I think I made it clear, I hope I made it clear to the court, and for the record, I am not targeting the information as much as the investigation and Detective Quinn getting both of these and what did he do about it. That's what I'm targeting, so I believe I have the right person.
Yes, sir. Anything else from the state?
Nothing else, Your Honor.
All right, then I think that we've exhausted this. I will, like I said, the documents 207, 208, defense exhibits Williams have been identified, have not been admitted as of yet, subject to more foundation. And your proffer's been noted. All right, summon our jurors, please. What we? You? Mr. Gardner? Huh? Okay, all right. We're just gonna sit in place, okay? Okay, thank you. If there's anything that the court fails to add, you're welcome to, at the appropriate time, to augment or request that the court delete anything that was said at our bench conference. We talked about a couple issues. First one being a juror issue. At the conclusion of today's proceedings, I'm going to talk with juror 219. And the reason I need to talk with juror 219 is he needs to schedule for a medical appointment. And that medical appointment, he's had some difficulties because he has to be able to be seen only by his doctor only in the afternoons, Monday through Thursday. And his doctor, despite his best efforts of having next week off, I don't know what day, if any, his doctor is available next week. So it may be the following week. So I wanted to inquire about that issue. Counsel, anything further about that juror issue?
Not on state.
Not that I understood.
Okay, all right. The next thing is, as I told you all, in the trial of any cases, life happens, and then you practice your vocation. For us, it's lawyering. I've had a death in with a close family friend, and that service is going to be on Monday, the 1st of April. So I know that when the we said the jurors are going to be out, we were going to take up some matters on Monday. I'm not going to take up any matters on Monday the 1st. Instead, we are going to move those to Tuesday, April the 2nd, and potentially into April the 3rd. Counsels, is there anything else in regards to that respect?
If you want me to, you said that you want to take up Attorney Sharp's Baker motion.
Your Baker motion.
And Mr. Weinstein, Mr. App's motion.
Yeah, motion to, yes. And then I also, if appropriate, would like to take up the issues involving the redaction of the conviction of Mr. Winfrey, as well as the notes or recordings from Mr. Wise. Okay. I also, Detective Quinn is going to not be available Tuesday, tomorrow, Wednesday, and Thursday. He will resume with us on Friday. And I take it Ms. Hilton and Ms. Love, you will have other witnesses for the remainder of this week. Is that correct?
We will, Your Honor. And at the end of today's session, we would just like to approach as relates to one or two.
Okay. And the third thing, or the fourth thing I'd like you all just to consider, given that we have had to take up a number of, let me back up. Related to one of the motions filed by Mr. Apt and Mr. Weinstein on behalf of Mr. Kendrick, we are going to attempt to, as part of the outflowing of that particular motion, to figure out the number of trial days that the state will need in order to finish the presentation of their case in chief. Related to that, since we've had some challenges in when our jury is seated, calling additional or taking up additional evidentiary issues and other things, which happens, that I'd like to, and since this morning worked pretty well, I'm thinking about starting court at 8:45 in order for us to take up any last minute straggler issues for the day, in order to get as much time as we possibly can, trial time with our jurors. So more to follow on that, but that is the other issue that I took up with counsel. Anything else, counsels?
Nothing else.
Okay, all right. All right, okay. Was there anything else, counsels, that I failed to miss, that those of you that were at the bench, for the bench conference?
No.
Okay, all right. So, okay, then the last thing is, Mr. Steele, you asked me to reconsider your request to talk about defendants 207 and 208, which have been identified for purposes of the record.
Right, I'm not asking you, I respect the ruling, you know, I'm not conceding it, I respect the ruling. But I want to know if that ruling includes the fact, even though the exhibits are not in evidence, but I can ask Detective Quinn, you received these two different documents, you already testified to it. Can you, did you inquire of anyone, especially Detective Lewis, why one of the documents seems incomplete, although signed? He won't have the document in evidence, but if he remembers it, those are my inquiry. And I don't believe that I should be stopped doing that, but I wanted to ask you first because the document came up.
All right, I don't see any issue with asking that question.
Yes, I don't know if it's two different, but he can say he received these two pieces of paper, because I don't know if they're the state's contention is that it is the same document, but just completed. But
the question that would be speculation is we don't know why. I mean, I don't think anybody's gonna be able to testify about that, but certainly you can ask him. I mean,
I just wanted to make sure that was.
yes, sir. That's
I didn't want to.
That's totally fine, sir.
I didn't want you to say that that was implied. So okay. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Is there anything else, counsel? I think like I said, we'll go ahead and we'll go another 15 to 30 minutes, and then we'll conclude for the day.
Okay.
Okay. We'll pick it up on Friday.
And can Detective Quinn have the exhibit?
Yes, I got them right here.
Even though, because I may refer to it that way for the record, even though it's not in evidence, I will not say what's in it.
Okay.
But can he have it in front of him so he can?
Yeah, you can show him for purpose of identification.
I think he already had. I think
He had them. Yeah.
I think it's
All right.
on your desk, on your bench.
Aaron, we good? Okay. All right. I'm gonna let things chart. This one's not working again. I don't think I'll make it between now and then, but it's not working. So that goes. All right. And then can you come back in after maybe about 5:30? Okay, cool. All right.
So not
Yeah, okay. All right, Sergeant Ingram, all our jurors back? What about all our participants? We good? Okay, all right. Summon our jurors, please. Can we bring Detective Quinn back, please, sir?
2 days. You know, 3 more.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. All right, thank you, Sergeant Ingram. All right, Mr. Steele.
Detective, in front of you is Mr. Williams, number 207 and 208.
Yes, sir.
Would you do me a favor? Is it typical when you were with the city of Atlanta, 2013, to have a form such as found in, let's say, 208, Mr. Williams 208? Is that a typical form?
When you say form, are you talking about a statement form or?
Yeah, the supplemental incident report, narrative only, is that something that's used?
This is customarily with a detective that assisted me. They would reduce whatever they did on my scene or in furtherance of my investigation. They'd reduce it to this written documentation. Yes.
And at the bottom was a typical 2013, it might be your whole career, but I'm interested, obviously. September 2013, for officers to sign with the pledge, the undersigned being duly sworn upon his or her oath, deposes and states that the foregoing is true, correct, complete, and legible to the best of his or her knowledge and belief. Is that something that's often used on police incident reports in City of Atlanta?
Yeah, I've seen it, yes.
And then once and you tell us, once the report is filled out, you know, the person has the report typed in, is that when the person generally signs the report that it's on their oath that it's true and correct?
I don't know exactly how everyone handles that. Some don't even sign it. A lot of times they'll just write their name in there.
Okay.
Type it on in. It's not hard and fast, but that is sworn testimony. This is what I got for you, Detective Quinn.
And then is it usually looked at by a supervisor or a coworker?
A sergeant, which is the first line supervisor for most detectives.
Okay. And do you ever get, or in this case, did you ever inquire as to why you have something that's incomplete, but yet signed and verified that it's true, complete? 208.
I don't see that it's incomplete. Whatever they write me, that's their story. I can't scrutinize their work. Whatever you give me, I look at it, I evaluate it. I see how it fits into my investigation. So.
Do you see how it's just has a sentence just stopped?
Yeah, I don't understand that. It didn't matter to me at the time. Like, it didn't stick out. I guess you could say I missed it, but I don't think it's a huge deal.
Okay. And I guess my real big question, you may have just answered, if just make sure this is true. You either missed it or it didn't occur to you that it was incomplete. Is that fair to say? And if it's not, you know, just tell us what was going on.
I'll explain. Whoever does something for me, I get whatever they give me. But in this situation, I knew I was going to do follow-up interviews with those two people. I instructed Detective Tracy Lewis, Detective Calhoun to go interview, which I did make that attempt to do. I did go down and try to get those interviews once I got the dust settled on the investigation.
Okay. Now, you've spoken, and I heard your testimony, that at times witnesses may not be truthful or accurate. How about that? Is that true?
People, in most cases, even cops sometimes. I mean, I've had a lot of volume, a lot of cases that have come to me. It's different almost every time.
And there's different reason for that. It doesn't mean the person has a bad heart or an evil intent. Somebody may see something that during a traumatic situation or a shocking or an unforeseen circumstance, and they may have just gotten it wrong. Is that fair to say?
Objection, compound question.
I stand.
Is it fair to say that some witnesses may not be accurate because the event happened so fast? They just got it wrong. Is that fair?
I mean, we're talking about humans, and I'm in the human business. Humans make mistakes. It's intuitively obvious.
And sometimes witnesses intentionally fabricate, don't tell the truth. Is that fair to say?
Objection, speculation.
I sustain objection.
In your experience as a law enforcement officer, have you ever known witnesses to not be truthful?
In the hundreds of cases I've worked, yeah, there's been witnesses, there's been people that have given statements that have been truthful. It's up to the detective to test the veracity of information he receives or she receives.
And some potential witnesses may not be truthful because they have an agenda, like getting a deal. Is that, you know what I mean by a deal?
Oh, I know what a deal is, but what are you talking about as it pertains to this case?
Well, let's just use a Mr. Bean, okay? Adrian Bean.
Adrian Bean, okay, I'm listening.
He asked for something called slack. Do you remember that in the recordings?
I mean, everybody asked for slack. I don't remember him saying it, but I'm not going to dispute what you're saying.
That's fine.
Everybody in this world wants a hookup. I don't care what it is.
And when slack could mean, and in this situation, Mr. Bean was looking for my word would be leniency for him and Mr. Fred Prothro. Is that fair to say, if you remember?
I think that's fair to say. That's normal.
And a witness.
In my experience.
Oh, I'm sorry.
In my experience, I would call that normal.
Okay. And those people may shade the truth, lie, because they want to make it better for them. Fair to say?
Objection vague as to those people.
Mr. Bean.
That's a standing question.
Just
You
use
can
Mr.
refer to Steele.
Okay, just use Mr. Bean.
You're going to have to give it to me again, Mr. Steele.
Okay. Mr. Bean, let's just talk about him. He told you he did not have a gun during this incident that we're talking about. Fair to say?
That's fair.
And he told you originally that he said that he wasn't the driver of the car. Is that fair to say?
He never told me he wasn't the driver of the car.
That's a good point. He told you that he told the detective who originally spoke with him that he was not the driver of the car.
Whoever that detective or detectives were.
And that mitigates, because the driver of the car almost killed Officer Roberson. Fair to say?
That's why I was there.
And the driver of the car also came through a gate, or broke through a gate at an apartment complex, right?
He did.
And the driver of the car, presumably, and if you don't know this, I don't know, there could have been another car or a child or a human being jogging that when the crash through the gate was right there.
And I think I shared that on the interview with Bain that, you could really mess some folks up if kids were on those tricycles. So yes.
Yeah, and the tricycle you're talking about, that's at the house that Mr. Bean took out part of the porch, ran over the tricycle, then careened over the ledge. Is that all
A
correct?
very reckless act, yes.
And all of that, and then slammed into the wall of the laundromat, right?
Well, it did the Dukes of Hazzard thing first. It went off the cliff,
Yeah. And thankfully cleared the people in the police car.
which was, I think we covered that in the interview as well. I mean, I'm saying he almost landed right on the cop car.
And there could have been other people walking. That's just a pedestrian area, a business area, right?
Yeah, and in my experience, people running from the police or running from trouble, they will run through red light on Peachtree. It's just how it is when folks are trying to get away. They're not being careful with both hands on the wheel.
Because they don't want to be held responsible for what they did. Fair to say?
Anyone fleeing or running from the cops, from the folks, they ain't trying to go to jail.
And Mr. Bean told you, if you recall, that the car drove by itself. You remember that? All the driving through the gate, once it hit the gate, the car just drove by itself. Do you remember him saying that?
I do remember him saying that, but brakes don't work when you're driving at those high speeds. The kind of velocity it would have taken to take out that metal gate, controlled access gate. The car was out of control.
And he was the person putting the car out of control.
That's without question.
And he also told you he knew nothing about the armed robbery before it happened, right? That's what he told you.
You talking about in the beginning of the statement?
Yeah.
The beginning of our statement when we were together inside homicide?
Yeah, don't you remember all the statement that?
About the lean deal?
Exactly.
Yeah.
And
Yeah, he was minimizing his exposure. He talked about buying some cough syrup, drink, whatever they call it.
And do you remember him also telling you that he never saw the officer, Roberson, who was right at the car? You remember him telling you that?
And you remember if you watched the video, I said I didn't believe it.
No, I'm not criticizing you at all. I'm saying that's
Yeah,
what
yeah.
Mr. Bean was.
Absolutely.
He was, I don't want to use the word lie, but he was not being forthright. Fair to say?
Yeah, I would say so. Most people hold on to something. In my experience, most people,
Objection, Your Honor, calls for speculation. And relevance?
I'll sustain it as to the speculation that you can rephrase.
It's fine. And Mr. Bean also told you that he never heard the officer's commands to stop. Remember all that conversation?
Yes, sir.
Because he told you that if a police officer tells him to stop, he would absolutely stop. Do you remember something? And I'm not quoting him, but do you remember something like that?
Yes, sir, I do.
And remember Mr. Bean telling you, or having a conversation, and he might not have said this, so correct me. He's a nonviolent person.
You're probably paraphrasing, but yeah, he's not into the wet work.
Now, you did find out that Mr. Bean, just within a year of September 11, 2013, he had shot 2 unarmed men. Do you know that?
I never looked into that investigation. I plugged my ears whenever I heard it because that was a case I knew nothing about. It didn't interest me. My main concern, my focus was understanding why the officer used deadly force on 9/11/2013.
Is it potentially violent to shoot 2 unarmed people?
I mean, I think it's obvious anytime you shoot a human, unless it's self-defense. I don't see, and that's another thing. I don't know what that situation was. Was it self-defense? I don't know.
All right. So let's talk, if you don't mind, help the jurors to understand. I'd like you to explain a couple of things, if you don't mind.
Yes, sir.
Now it's clear to me that this, and I'm not saying this is the biggest scene you ever had, but this was an involved scene. You have the apartment complex where Officer Roberson L has to discharge his weapon. He's almost killed. The other 2 officers are put in jeopardy because their car is slammed into. That's one area.
That's fair.
You have a second scene where, and I'll show you the photos if you need. The car takes out part of the porch of the house and rides over the tricycle and goes through the fence with the barbed wire and goes off the landing. That's the second area. That's
Yes,
of
sir.
interest, right?
You're on it.
And then the third area is a little more involved, but it starts with the slamming of the vehicle, the 2004 Nissan Altima, into the side and the people fleeing from that vehicle. So those are the things that, fortunately for you, that was your task, right? You had to figure out all 3 of these scenes. Fair to say?
It's fair to say.
All right. And part of that is I want to talk with you about, if you could tell the jury, how much time passed from Mr. Murphy entering the 2004 Nissan Altima on the driver's side rear, and Officer Roberson L saying stop with his gun pointed, to the time that the car is slammed into the laundromat?
Based on the statements, the one in particular that Detective Roberson L gave me, it probably unfolded in less than a minute. I wasn't there, but just based off the way it was explained to me, it was almost instant.
And was there any time, any investigation, any information that you received that somebody entered or exited the vehicle from the time that the vehicle driven by Mr. Bean almost killed Officer Roberson L, eventually slammed into the side of the laundromat?
I don't think I understand the question. Can you
Okay.
try it one more time?
Can I do that? Do you have any information that somebody either entered or exited the 2004 Nissan Maxima from the time that, God forbid, Officer Roberson L was almost killed with the car to the time that the car slammed into the laundromat?
So did somebody get out while it's in midair?
That's what I'm, or it doesn't always have to be in midair, but going
Yeah, I
through the
didn't
gate.
get that.
Okay,
I don't.
all right. And that seems unlikely. Is that your thought? And if it's not, that's fine.
I sustain it as a form. You can rephrase, Mr. Steele.
That's okay. All right. Now, do you remember the gentleman, Mr. Nava Flores?
I do.
And he gives you a recording and says 4 people enter the car.
Correct.
Do you remember that? And this is when the car is first loaned, stolen, whatever. I don't really care. Fair to say?
That's fair to say. The
And-
2233 Macon Drive address?
I was about to ask you. And that address is approximately a half mile, and you correct me, from where the apartment complex where Officer Roberson L had to discharge his weapon.
I think I can give you that.
Okay. And then how much time passed between Mr. Nava Flores seeing the 4 people enter the vehicle until the vehicle is inside of the apartment complex where Officer Roberson L is almost killed?
I couldn't give you a time. I don't know how long. I know it wasn't a prolonged period of time. I know it wasn't more than an hour, just based off the statements. I mean, and I have to, like, as someone listening to this information, evaluate it and see how it fits. I don't know how long.
Was there enough time, as opposed to the drive by Mr. Bean crashing through the gate and crashing into the side of the laundromat, was there enough time that people could have gotten in or out of that 2004 Nissan Altima vehicle? Between, I'm not asking,
I stand as a form. You can rephrase, Mr. Steele.
was there time from Mr. Nava Flores seeing his car leave with the 4 people? Was there time for people to get out of that car or into that car before the car is slammed into the laundromat?
So you're asking me, just as human beings,
Yeah.
can we get out of cars that when doors open? We can do that.
Okay. Now, I want to talk with you about, you mentioned that Officer Black and his partner, who I know you said Ashley, but does it sound familiar, Officer Ashley Davis?
Davis, yeah,
Is that okay?
that's fine.
Okay. You said that they had 2 people running to the fence. You remember that?
I remember that.
All right. And do you remember Officer Ashley Davis giving a description of the 2 people who went to the fence?
She gave a description, but I can't remember off the top of my head right now, unless you want to show them to me.
I'll show it to you if needed, but let me just ask you, and then I can show you a document if you need it.
I don't remember off the rip like that.
Do you remember Officer Ashley Davis saying that it was 2 people, remember that? 2 people running,
I do remember that.
wearing white shirts. Do you remember that?
You'd have to show me just so I can confirm it. I
Okay.
mean, I have a pretty decent memory, but I can't remember all that.
It is not a problem. Can you just give me a second?
Take your time, counselor.
I may have to show you on a computer, but hold on one second.
That's fine.
You have it? You don't mind me using it? No. Your Honor, may I approach Detective Quinn?
Yeah, you shown those to the state already?
Actually, the state.
Okay, all right.
May I approach?
Yes, you may, sir.
I'm always okay with you, Mr. Steele.
I need to mark it. Can I mark it?
Yes.
Okay, it'll be Mr. Williams, number 209.
All right.
Did you take the pen? You know I want to.
Your Honor, I'm showing Detective Quinn, Mr. Williams, number 209 for refresh memory if he doesn't.
All right.
Okay, I see the white T-shirt statement.
Okay. And if there are 4 people in the car, tells me here, that officer, she was training, right?
She was a rook.
She has 2 of them in white shirts, fair to say?
That's what it says.
And then, do you remember Mr. Walter Murphy wearing a red shirt?
I remember that, yes, from the statement given by Detective Robertson and Booker Higgins.
And do you and he was taken in custody?
Okay, I
And
wasn't there for that.
and do you remember Mr. Bean wearing a blue shirt?
I don't remember what he was wearing unless you got a picture of him.
I'll show it to you. I'll show you a document, see if it helps you. And then do you remember Mr. Fred Prothro wearing also a blue shirt?
I don't remember Fred's shirt.
Okay, let me see if I can help refresh that memory, okay?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, just give me one more second, please. You have it on your computer? You have it on your computer? Yeah? Your Honor, I just need 1 second. I may need Mr. Kokomo to bring up his computer, Your Honor. Oh, I think I got it. Thank you, sir. Yeah. Thanks, so you know. First one is 210. The second is 211. Yes, that's correct. Your Honor, may I approach?
You may, sir.
Detective Quinn,
Yes, sir.
heard what you said, but may I come to you?
You can always come to me, Mr. Steele.
I'm going to show you where I've marked Mr. Williams number 210, Mr. Williams number 211. I'm just separating them like this to see if this refreshes your memory. And I'm just asking about Mr. Prothero, blue shirt, Mr. Blue shirt.
Mr. Profro, and what was the second name you said? I missed it.
Mr. Bean.
Okay. Okay, I've read both of them. What are we doing with this again?
Okay, I believe it's 209. If it refresh your memory, it should be on page 2. You could read the whole document, obviously, that Mr. Prothero was in a blue shirt.
I see it.
And then on 210, Mr. Williams 210, if it refresh your memory, second page also, that Mr. Bean was in a blue shirt.
Your objection as to who is the individual, I don't believe that.
What's the basis?
I think that's assuming that's my answer.
Your Honor, that's not assuming anything.
I'm on board with the objection. Sir, you can answer it if you can, Detective.
Based on the girth and the size indicated here, that's the only reason I'm arriving at Mr. Prothero.
For 209?
For 210, page 2.
May I see it, if you don't mind?
I'm just looking at the height and weight.
That's fine.
If you look at A.B. Calhoun, he pushed between 280 and 300 pounds, and no one was closer to that number than Mr. Prothero. Everybody else in the car were flyweights.
Can I just look at it?
Sure.
Take it back for a second. Your Honor, give me 1 second.
Yes, sir.
I'm going to get you another document. If we need it. Is that okay? We're going to table that for 1 second, okay?
That's fine.
All right. So let me ask you this. If you have any information, when the car slams into the side of the laundromat, were there citizens, when I say citizens, just people not involved who were in the area who started to run?
Based off a review of the statements I got out there, there were people in the business actually conducting whatever business, washing clothes or making other transactions.
And then let's go back to, and I promise you, I will not forget about the blue shirt. But let's go back to Officer Roberson. How many times did law enforcement reason that he fired his weapon, discharged his weapon? When I say, I'm talking about the same incident, same day in that apartment complex.
We talking about Detective Roberson now? I don't know off the top.
Do
You'd
you?
have to show me. I don't remember how many times he fired.
Is it in your report?
I don't have a report.
I will show you.
That was 10 years ago. I left that stuff at headquarters when I left.
What do you have a, yeah. Yeah, yeah. Thank you. The 211, right? You already have?
The question is?
Do you have the, sorry, thank you. Do you have do you have Booker Higgins?
Yeah, Booker Higgins is
What number is that?
211.
You already have that?
You gave it to me.
Okay.
Yeah, you
Look on
marked,
the
you
set.
marked defendant Williams 210 and 211.
Then to answer your question, if you look at the bottom of the first page, you can look at the whole document, of course. Going into the second page of the 3-page document,
Yes, sir.
do you see there on the second page where it talks about the light blue?
Yeah, the first sentence on page 2
Okay,
indicates light blue.
okay,
It says in light blue.
right,
Doesn't say whether or not it's a shirt or not, just in light blue.
okay. All right. Understood. All right. When you were talking with Adrian Bean on the
Okay.
recorded statement, you said something to the effect of if somebody is sitting in the thug is sitting in the rear passenger side, it's a wonder, this may not be a quote, a wonder that he was not shot. Do you remember something like that?
Talking about Mr. Williams.
Yeah,
I may have said that. I'm gonna give you that.
okay. And I'd like to show you some photographs so the jurors can orient as to what you were thinking about that time and you can help us, okay?
Right here for you.
Let me show you some items.
Mr. Steele, given the hour, do you think we may stop
Sure.
here?
I'm going to follow the court.
Okay, all right. All right, ladies and gentlemen, given the fact it's about almost 5:30, we'll go ahead and recess for the day at this point in time. Pursuant to agreements of counsel, ladies and gentlemen, we're gonna pause Detective Quinn. We're gonna have him come back on Friday. Is that the next date you're available, sir?
Yes, sir.
This coming Friday?
Yes, sir.
All right, sir, if I could get you to come back for this coming Friday, if you could be present for 8:45, that'd be wonderful.
I'll be here at 8.
All right, we'll see you then, sir. Okay, don't discuss testimony with anybody except the attorneys in this case, okay?
Thank you, Judge.
All right, thank you, sir.
I can walk out?
Yes, sir. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we'll take up other witnesses until then. So for the most immediate reason or purposes, tomorrow morning, if you could be here for 9 o'clock for an anticipated 9:30 start time, and then we'll go ahead and we should have a pretty regular work day, okay? All right. Wednesday, the 27th, we'll start at the same time. Approximately, you'll be here for 9, start around 9:30. We'll work till approximately almost 1 o'clock, and then our day will be complete. Okay, so Wednesday, we're gonna work until we'll come in at regular time, we'll work till about 1, and you're done the rest of the afternoon, okay? All right. Thursday, the 28th. We'll come in at 12:30 and we'll work for an anticipated 1 o'clock start time. We'll work to about 5. All right? And then Friday, the 29th, you'll plan on coming in at 9. We'll start somewhere between 9 and 9:30. We'll have a regular business working day, okay? Then that will be then you all will have an administrative pause, as I mentioned earlier, from the 1st through the 5th of April. And then you will recommence on Monday, April the 8th at 9 a.m. So that's the long and the short of it in terms of our scheduling. When we conclude, I'll need to talk with 219, sir, just for a couple of minutes. But before I do that, is there any other ministerial inquiry of me? You're not asking for anything past April, right? I heard. All right. 71, I remember what you told me last time and nobody else heard, okay? All right. But madam, yes, what's your administrative question?
Just moving forward, it'd be most appreciated if we have the volume for the speaker should exceed a certain level.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you. You said going forward, it would be appreciative if
the volume for the speaker doesn't exceed a certain level for playback, for video and audio.
So you're saying that particular, the white speaker on the corner, is he giving too much?
It was as part of the reason why.
All right. I'll have our tech folks troubleshoot it in just a minute, okay?
Thank you.
All right, no problem. Anybody else? Page 6, did you have a question?
Oh, no.
No, 56. Did you have a question? No. Okay, all right. Anybody else have, no, seriously, anybody else have an administrative question? Okay, are we okay with the schedule? Are you okay with the days in terms of clarification, what time you're supposed to come in? You're all good. Okay, all right. Ms. Von Kelser's been by to talk with you, is that correct? Our jury clerk, in terms of payments and other things. And like I said, we'll process that as quickly and as possible, okay? All right. Do you have any other questions of me? Okay. All right, then, ladies and gentlemen, let's go through your acknowledgement admonitions at this point in time. Remember, you don't discuss anything that we've covered in court amongst yourselves, back in the jury room, as you leave this place, as you in groups of 1, 2, or whatever means of conveyance you may be riding or traveling in, coming to and from your headquarters, your jury deliberation room. Please, if anybody, third party should try and approach you, talk with you about this particular case, remember your duty to let me and or Sergeant Ingram know immediately. Do not, and please resist temptation of talking with anybody, your loved ones or anyone else, about anything that you've covered in the four walls of this courtroom. Remember, it would be a violation for you to also do any extra research, go by and visit the scene, or do any other cite any or attempt to access any other third-party resources to aid clarity on anything you might have heard within the four walls of this courtroom. Remember, you can only lawfully consider what is presented in the four walls of this courtroom to you. Leave your notepads in the basket as you leave, and you can pick them back up tomorrow morning. Take a juror sticker. And then, ladies and gentlemen, as I conclude every day on behalf of the parties, thank you for your patience and your attention that you've given and will continue to give upon the consideration of this matter. So unless you have anything else from me, ladies and gentlemen, we will see you tomorrow morning. For what time? For an anticipated 9:30 start time, okay? All right, ladies and gentlemen, unless you have any other thing of me, then I'll see you in the morning for 9 o'clock, okay? All right, all rise. 219, can you remain with us for just a second, please? Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. Juror 219 is with us. Sir, tell you what, come and have a seat in the witness chair so we can all hear you. Please, if you wouldn't mind, make yourself as comfortable as possible. Okay. Don't look at anything that's up there. It's in order. All right. All right, 219. I received an email from you, forwarded from Ms. Mana, my judicial assistant, which I will make as part of the record as the next court exhibit in order. Mm-hmm. That's just your correspondence with the court.
Yes.
Okay. All right, if I understand the correspondence that you sent Ms. Omana to share with me, you're having some problems setting a doctor's appointment. Mm-hmm. Were you able to get anything the week of the 1st of April? Did you find out when is your doctor available at any time that week?
I was just told the last time I talked to him that he wouldn't be available that week.
He's not available. So he's not available.
So I asked specifically about that week. I was just told that, yeah, that they didn't have that week available.
Okay. Have you otherwise made an appointment for the week of the 8th?
I have not yet made it.
Okay. So we're just trying to get granularity on that for scheduling purposes. I take it this is the follow-up from the condition that you had that you shared with us to begin with during jury selection?
Yes.
Okay, here's what I'd like to do with permission and concurrence of council. Go ahead and make your appointment. I understand that the challenge you have is that it can only be made during the afternoon hours and it can only be made Monday through Thursday.
Yeah.
All right. Go ahead and see if you can set a date. And if you could share that with me tomorrow, can you do, or whenever you're able to lock in an appointment, because you won't know what his availability is until you call the office, right?
Right, yeah.
All right, we'll call in the morning or whenever, and let's fill us in, and we'll see what we can do for you, okay?
Okay.
All right, anything else, sir?
I don't think so.
Okay, all right. Thank you for your patience with us. So just either give me a note saying, hey, I've got an appointment for whatever date, and then we'll go ahead and see what we can do in order for you to, in order for us to go ahead and accommodate you. Let me see if I've got any. If you have a choice and it's late in the month, because I don't know when it is, I have it on good authority that the 24th would be a really good day.
Okay.
If it counter pushes that far, but you book one as soon as you can get one, and we'll just see where we are. But if you have any control, the 24th you'll be out that day, and probably the 24th and the 25th.
Okay.
25th are Friday, 24th are Thursday.
Okay.
Okay. All right, but I was just taking a look at what I thought we could prognosticate, but you just need to tell us tomorrow, okay?
Mhm.
All right?
All right.
Okay, all right, unless you have anything else, have a good evening, okay?
All right, thank you.
All right, all rise. All right, juror 219 has left us. Counsel, is there anything else I need to take up with you and before tomorrow? Tomorrow, yes, ma'am.
We just asked to approach after we recess, just approach with a member of the city council briefly.
All right, okay, then we're in recess. Mr. Steele or others, do you have anything else with me other than that?
Before time tomorrow, Your Honor.
9 a.m. for anticipated 9:30 start time, sir? Okay.